Yep, it works now, Casey.
Great.
Yep.
It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing that I did with my library commission.
Okay, so anybody else coming on, if they go to the original link, it will work.
Yay.
Bridget, your background is backwards. Oh no, it isn't.
Nope.
It's
Yeah.
It's fine.
I was going to say, if so, yours is also, because they're together.
Okay.
Then I'm just gonna go back to the tree.
No. Okay.
Okay, so I think we'll just have to wait for our commissioners to log on, and I'll keep checking to make sure that no one is listed as an attendee.
Okay.
Something here.
We are thanking Vice Chair Spielman for his time on the commission.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, we had new elections. Okay, I got you now. Yeah, no, Scott, it was great. Is tonight your final night?
It is.
All right.
It's too bad we can't be doing this in person, so we can at least, have a glass of wine or something afterwards. Scott, I have a lot of respect for what you've done for this commission, and I appreciate you too. Thank you, sir.
And I wanted to thank Scott as well for his dedication and the ability to reach out to all parties to get a consensus and make sure the residents are heard. So I really appreciate the commitment from Vice Chair Spielman.
Yeah, I really appreciate your ability to reach out to the community and to engage them and to bring back to our commission what the community would like. I just think that your passion was infectious, and I really appreciated everything that you did. I know that you spent a lot of time on this, and I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you all for your comments. I just encourage you to keep up the good work. Whatever we accomplished together. Working with staff, the outreach that we did to the community doesn't happen without excellent staff and everyone on the commission's participation. And all the activities, we worked overall, I think, well together. We didn't always agree, but that's okay. If we agree on everything, then all of us aren't necessary. So I want to encourage you to keep up the good work. Work together. Work to get results. Listen to residents. Do the things we've been doing. And I wish you all well, because it's been my pleasure working with all of you. And I mean that. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you very much, Scott.
We did have on the agenda the introduction of the new commissioners, but we decided it would be best to introduce them once they were sworn in, because they need to be sworn in, and they were just appointed last night, and so we'll give them till April, and so you'll get a chance to meet them at that time. And we'll probably do some sort of meet and greet before the April meeting. So. And just so everybody knows, the two new commissioners that were appointed last night were Cindy Wang and, oh, come on. Help me out.
Janine Valadez.
Thank you.
And I think it's Cindy Wong.
Yes. And then Commissioner Morris and Chair Lindermeyer were reappointed. So. And it'll all be effective in April. So the terms end at the end of March.
Are the two new commissioners, are they on right now, like as guests?
They've
Okay.
been invited, yes.
Okay.
So they're watching you, Young. I'm just kidding. Okay. Next on the agenda.
Okay, great. Next on the agenda, public comments on items not on the agenda. So members of the audience may bring to the commission's attention any item that is not on the agenda, and speakers are generally given 2 or 3 minutes. So Casey, do we have anyone that would like to speak?
At this point, I do not have any requests for public comment for items not on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
I would
very
also like to make a quick note that I forgot to start the recording, and so I wanted it on here that Chair Lindemeyer called the meeting to order at 7:03, and all commissioners were present at that time.
Thank you. Okay, and then next, let's see, items for consideration, action. We have 5 items. The first one is the approval of the minutes. The second one is the Community Center Operational Assessment and Implementation Plan. The third is 2012 Parks Plan Overview. The fourth is Park and Facility Maintenance Updates. And the fifth is Fiscal Year 2021-22 Work Plan. And so let's visit the first item, which is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting on February 10th, 2021. Do we have any amendments to the minutes?
Chair Lindemeyer?
Yes, Commissioner Daly.
I have some changes that I think we need to make to the minutes. On page 3, the motion that we finally voted on was different than the one that is reflected in the draft minutes. And I went back and looked at the video.
Commissioner
Casey, do
Daly?
you have the,
This is- Yes, so this is Casey. I changed the minutes to reflect what you had written to us.
okay.
And I also reviewed the video and determined that you were 100% correct. So please
thanks.
take a look at the highlighted portion here.
All right, and then I have to say I object to the word recommendation and the word passed. It was a motion and it failed. It failed 3-2. It didn't hit the 4-vote majority required to pass.
If I could, through the chair.
Yes, please.
Pete and I talked about the wording, and I got it straight from the city attorney. And so staff is recommending that we keep it as it is per the city attorney. Just to explain it, the 3-2 motion did fail, but it still is a recommendation per the city attorney.
I would like the minutes to reflect that distinction, that the motion itself failed.
Okay.
So if perhaps we could say the motion failed, but the recommendation advanced 3-2 or something along those lines.
I'm okay with that. Thank you, Pete.
I can make that change on this motion and on this third motion under the same item as well.
Perfect.
Commissioner Daly.
Perfect.
I have a question. Go ahead.
Oh, this is quick. This is for in honor of Jonathan, who's no longer here, and Casey cares about this. Casey, if you scroll up a little bit to the last page, the approve should have a colon.
Yes. I will take care of that. Thank you. Thank you, Jan.
Mm-hmm.
So this is Commissioner Morris. I'd like to go backwards on this. So we're talking about the motion passed 3-2. And
the motion did not pass. It failed.
Recommendation passed.
okay, so it failed, but it's a recommendation.
Correct.
So okay, I just have to get clear because I got myself confused in that conversation. It failed because we didn't have all of our commissioners there to vote. Is that correct?
Well, you had enough. You had
But we
5,
didn't have the
but it
majority.
requires 4 to pass as a motion.
Okay, sorry. I just got it confused. Okay, I'm thinking smaller commission. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Hey, Casey, my name is misspelled if you go up a little bit.
I was gonna tell her that too.
I don't really mind, but I know you want to get it right.
I do. Do you see where I misspelled that?
Yeah, if you go up to where it says friendly amendment, go down. And it says Commissioner, like, where to go?
Oh, the third from the last line, from the bottom, or right there. The second yellow paragraph.
Wait, no, it's weird.
I think it's corrected because she changed the wording.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So now it's correct.
It
In the
was
original-
misspelled
Gotcha.
in the original, and I corrected it when I noticed it when I made Commissioner Daly's corrections.
Okay.
May I? Hello.
Chair Lindemeyer, Vice Chair Spielman would like to speak.
Proceed.
Yes. Any changes to that wording that's already been approved by the city attorney should be approved by the city attorney. So if we make any changes to that language, I would recommend that the city attorney look at it.
That's not a problem. I spoke to her right before the meeting, and so it still fits along the nature of her advice.
Then I'd recommend that we keep it.
So I move that we approve the minutes as amended here, or approve the minutes pending the changes that we've discussed here and their approval by the city attorney.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, City Clerk, may we please have a roll call vote?
Have further discussion?
Sure, proceed.
I'd like to suggest that we amend the minutes to include the comments from Council Member Meadows. I think that her comments were material to our discussion, and I recommend that we add those.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that because I wondered why they weren't in there and I thought.
Point of order, we have a motion
Oh.
on the floor, so this
Oh,
would have
sorry.
to be treated as a friendly amendment, which I would gladly accept.
You're absolutely correct.
So yeah, I gladly accept that amendment. I would suggest then that, gosh, I mean, Casey's going to have to go back and review those comments.
It's not a problem.
Yeah, but
It's
let's
on my
stop for a
computer.
second because those were, as Scott said, those were material comments, and I guess what I'm curious about is, are we all going to be fine with how those comments are represented? Are they going to reflect our recollection of the meeting? I myself went back and watched the whole video, so I have
Did you really?
stamps and notes. There was a few parts that I skipped through. I didn't watch 4.5 hours straight, but I did spend a couple of hours going back through the video.
May I?
So I accept the friendly amendment. Gosh, but do we need to see what do we just assume Casey's gonna? Teresa, what do you think, Teresa? I'm sorry.
I feel like if we're going to make these changes, and also the change that was made, I was a little uncomfortable with that there was a kind of major change made to the minutes that we didn't see before the meeting. So I would prefer to see the minutes again. And if we're adding in what Council Member Meadows has said, I'd like to see all of this. If my name's going to be on it as approved, otherwise I'm going to abstain.
So, sorry, forgive me, Chair Lindenmeyer, for asking this question. Donna, what do you think is the appropriate protocol if we are not able to approve the minutes at this meeting without seeing these changes? Do they have to wait until the next meeting, or what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so next meeting, you'll approve
Two
the
sets.
February minutes and March minutes together. One,
If that's the way it's done, I'm okay with that. Better to get it right.
Okay.
And then if that's the case, we just need Commissioner Ye to approve the friendly amendment.
Yeah,
That
it's fine.
Commissioner,
Yeah, at this point, I think we can withdraw the motion to approve the minutes.
right. We'll just table it to the next meeting.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
So the next item for consideration, the Community Center Operational Assessment and Implementation Plan, receive presentation and discuss vision of success for the new community center. Staff?
Sure. Thank you. We're very excited to share this information with you. I wanted to give you a little bit of a summary before I introduce the key speakers this evening. So our department executed a professional services agreement with Blue Point Planning in April of 2020. And it was to assist us with an organizational assessment and create a strategic plan, including staffing, scheduling, programming, operations, and policies related to opening the new community center. This includes collaborating with other city departments, other organizations, and community members to prepare for the opening. It's scheduled to be open in the summer of 2021. Several outreach exercises were conducted by Blue Point, including individual interviews, which some of you participated in, and focus groups, which was last August. We also did a scientific survey conducted by Godby Research in October of 2020. As you know, over the past year, the coronavirus has not only created construction delays, but has also impacted the current operations of the Recreation and Community Services Department, including the complex navigation of staffing, programming, park and facility rentals, revenue targets, emergency services, public meetings, community engagement, marketing, and community and staff morale. As a result, staff will be recommending adjustments to the summer 2021 programming and events to facilitate the focus of planning and preparing again for the community center. Together with Mindy Craig from Blue Point Planning, the recreation management team will present a summary of the findings to date and solicit input from the Parks and Recreation Commission regarding your vision of success for the new community center. With that, we will start the PowerPoint and I will do introductions. Miss Mindy, are you?
Yep, I'm here. My video is unfortunately not working, but you don't need to see me because we're going to do the PowerPoint.
Okay.
So, hold
So,
on just a second. Let's see if this.
there we go.
There I am. Thank you. Let me also try and put my the sharing thing on here. It had to change. So unfortunately, I have to quick and reopen so to get onto the sharing. So give me 2 seconds. I'm sorry, and I'll be right back.
While you're doing that, I'll introduce the staff and speakers. So with us this evening is Bridget Matheson, our recreation supervisor, Jamie Chu, our recreation manager, and I just want to do a shout out. Jamie and Bridget and I have been a really tight team working very closely with Mindy for the last year, and I want to just thank them so much for their insightfulness and their work on the different components that you're going to see this evening. So thank you both, Jamie and Bridget. Also with us this evening, in case there are questions related to maintenance, Manny Hernandez is here, our Municipal Services Director. And then Mindy, of course, is getting ready to set up the PowerPoint. That's Mindy Craig from Blue Point Planning. And then we also have Brian Godby, who's from Godby, the one that did the scientific survey in our community. So he will be sharing his insight on the findings. So with that, we will wait patiently for the PowerPoint.
Hey, Jamie, is that Temple of Doom behind you? Or is that Raiders?
It's a combination of both.
Oh, okay.
My husband and I are both Indiana Jones fans.
And if anybody wants the background of the community center, I should probably just send it to you, but we have it available if you want it for any of your future meetings. It's just a reminder that it's a very high priority right now.
Oh, you and Bridget aren't in the parking lot right now?
It looks like that, huh?
Yeah.
With spotlights.
The
Mhm.
spotlight
Looks like you're in the drop-off area.
getting dropped off.
It's
From
very
the school.
exciting. If the commission is interested, we're getting to the point where we can schedule a tour of the community center. So we can do that in the next couple of weeks. We'll have to wear our masks, of course, and be socially distanced, but it'll give you a real good idea of the building. Here we go.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. Sorry about that. Got to listen to you guys a little bit, talk about the backgrounds. All right. Well, thank you for everything today. So as Donna already had said, I'm just going to briefly start us off by going through a little bit of the findings, and then I'm going to hand it off to each one of our team members. Part of this will also be an exercise that we'd like all of you to participate in from the commissioner's side, to think about what are the things that are really important for us to create success. We've been thinking a lot about this, and we recognize we've already started planning, but we also just want to have this opportunity to hear from you as well. So I'm going to just jump in and just start off with what we did. And this is really the first phase of the work. We still have some additional work, which is kind of the nitty-gritty, but we did a needs assessment, which included a lot of engagement across the board. So we did internal review of the department budget, organization and staffing, the facilities and amenities, all virtually, unfortunately. We looked at all the different program areas, and we've been talking extensively about the community center, its history, and where we are today. We had a great deal of stakeholder input. We did really detailed department staff surveys, and then we reached out to different stakeholders throughout the community, people who have knowledge about the department and have a relationship. There were about 82 detailed ones of those. We also did small group meetings with 6 different groups, representing, again, different cohorts within the community. And then we did some one-on-one stakeholder interviews with people who couldn't make those, or sort of just wanted a more in-depth conversation, particularly things about the history of where the community has been and where it should be going. And finally, we did what's called a comparable analysis. So we just wanted to understand what a benchmark is with all your neighbors and where does Los Altos sit. So we looked at 6 different local cities. We looked at how they're staffing and what their fees are and the revenues that they're getting in the programs. And we'll talk a little bit about that. So one of the things, as I mentioned, was the revenues and expenses. And there's some interesting things in this. One is that on an expense side, the majority of the department programs expenses are in youth sports and programs and camps. And you can see that here, and there's over on the far right side, you can see the big red thing, but you also see that there's also quite a bit of revenue in that. So it's almost a break even. But for our expenses for adults and teens, there's very little. And there is about 26% of our expenses here in the senior programs those are expenses. And you can see there's quite a difference in the revenue to the expenses. 44% of all our revenues are from field rentals. And this is the most interesting finding and really important as we think about the community center. Even though this says facilities and fields, actually all the expenses are mostly from the facilities, and all the revenues are primarily from the fields. There's no facility rental revenue that is coming into the department. And we're getting revenues from our youth programs, a little bit from our adults. And you can see that's actually the only program that is generating more revenue than expense. And about 3% of our revenues come from the senior programs. You don't have to read this chart. It's not there for you to read. It's just it's an image here. But we did do a lot of analysis of the organization. How is it working? How can we optimize it going forward? And we've been really working with the team to figure that out. And we're thinking about how we move the organization from where we are today to what will be in, say, 2 to 3 years when the community center is fully operational and we've optimized and maximized all the other city parks and recreation community facilities. And that's really important. We've looked at the vacancies and understood like what should those look like as we move on to hire those. Understanding a lot about how it's hard to retain employees in the town, especially the part-timers. And we really, I think the biggest takeaway is that we really have a small staff for meeting all of the community expectations, and particularly on the full-time side. One of the things from the stakeholder survey that we took away, which I think is important to share, is that we had a large percentage, about 25%, who said the number one priority in the next couple of years is to make the new community center a success. And so we've been talking a lot about that. But almost equally important, and actually more important here, is in addressing the recreation needs across the community and not just at the new center, and making sure that the services are provided equitably. So this has implications for the future of the department, particularly about staffing issues. So yes, we need to make sure the community center is doing really, really well, but we can't forget our other facilities either. So some overarching themes from all of this stakeholder engagement and conversation. Very important is to create a welcoming and positive community center. This should be a place where everybody wants to come, can just drop in, do an event, not do an event, feel like this is part of their community. We also need to recognize when we're developing programs and activities at the facilities and others that there are differences between our tweens and teens and active seniors and older seniors. And that has been a lot of conversation about how we actually start programming and scheduling the community center, thinking about those different audiences, which are often kind of put into single buckets. We really want to improve our awareness of the department and enhance communications with the community. We have certain areas of the community, particularly sort of the mid-aged adults, so the young adults to mid-aged adults who are not as participating nearly as much and don't know all the programs that are available. We want to expand our partnerships and relationships, thinking about the Civic Center as a whole and seeing if maybe the Recreation Department should be doing oversight and uniting all those activities and expanding the events and coordination so that that entire Civic Center is activated. Looking at how we can schedule events that are integrated both north and south of the town and bringing the community, those two sides together. Address accessibility and transportation to the parks and facilities so that, be it bikes or buses or other shuttles, how do we make sure that people have easy access? We would make sure our programs are relevant to the community and discontinue those ones that aren't successful. We want to increase our maintenance and then restructure the department to offer more opportunities for promotion and to increase efficiencies in operations. So you should have all gotten in your packet detailed information on the comparables analysis. So this is just one quick snapshot. And some of the things that are a little bit confusing as you're looking particularly at the operating budget and the revenues and the staff is that some of these cities include both recreation and park staff, and some of them are just the recreation staff. Here in Los Altos, it is just the recreation staff. However, there is no question that we are one of the smallest facilities or departments no matter what. So you have Belmont and Burlingame, considerably larger. Saratoga is a little bit smaller, but San Carlos also is bigger. And we can start looking at how we stack up compared to our parks per resident and our operating and revenue budgets. And so it's very interesting that Los Altos has kind of a very low operating budget and very low revenues. You see that these other departments have larger potential on that, the costs, as well as on the revenues. So there's some more to dig into that, and we are looking at that with the Recreation Center. So some key recommendations that have come out, and I think Donna's going to go into this a little bit more. We want to make sure we establish a new organization structure to improve our staff retention and recruitment. We want to better optimize the use of the facilities and parks citywide. We want to increase some revenues and efficiencies, balance the new community center with service throughout the city, and ensure there's a customer community service orientation to what the department is providing. Revise our cost recovery policy, fee structure, and scheduling. And this is a really great time to do that across the facilities. And so that's sort of a big piece of what we're doing moving forward. And then to ultimately develop a comprehensive Parks and Recreation master plan. So that is the highlights on that. Again, you have all the details in your packet that kind of go into all the nitty gritty of this. And now I think we want to turn it over to Mr. Brian Godby. Is it Brian?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, Mindy. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, I'm happy to be here tonight to join the team and present a brief overview of the survey. It was actually about a 20-minute long phone survey as well as an online survey, so there's lots more detail if you're so inclined. But in brief, the sample size was 1,055 Los Altos voters and adult residents who are non-voters. That gives an error rate of plus or minus 2.95%. And as we discussed earlier, we were in the field at the end of September to the beginning of October. We could go to the next page. The first of several questions we're going to show you tonight was really an open-ended one where we asked people, and they could answer multiple different subjects, what they like to do with their leisure time. At the top of that list, with about 3/4, was walking and hiking. That's pretty typical when we've done park master planning and needs assessment surveys over the years for a variety of different cities. And we've seen that in the previous master plan survey we did in Los Altos as well. Spending times with family and friends, going to a local park, enjoying nature, cultural activities such as theater, musical and art performances, fitness, indoor and outdoor sports and athletic activities, obviously another spin on fitness, home projects and do-it-yourself, gardening and volunteering and community service. The next question we have, again, out of the survey tonight for you, it was not an open-ended question like the previous one was. This one we listed the variety of different facilities that are in the new community center and asked how likely you would be to use it. Would that be extremely likely, very likely, somewhat likely, not too likely, or not at all likely? And then once we got the answers to every one of those questions from every respondent, we went and created a scale, and you see that here. A 4 was assigned to extremely likely, a 3 to very likely, and down on, as you can see across the bottom of the slide. And that makes it just easier to compare the various responses based on the scale of 4 to 0. So at the top of this list in Tier 1, we had the cafe. That was the item that people were the most likely to participate with or use. Courtyard and seating areas, so again, more passive kinds of things. In our third grouping, and these are statistical groups, they're not just arbitrary. A large community room with patio, dance and fitness room, multi-purpose room, bocce courts, large lobby with seating area, and then finally the playground. Next question was similar in design, but instead of the facilities themselves, we're asking what programs they would be engaged in the community center. And again, using that same scaling, our top tier was community events, lectures and continuing education, cultural activities. In our second tier, we had special interest classes, cooking classes, dance and fitness classes. And then finally, we had active adult programs at the bottom in Tier 3. Now, we had a follow-up to that. So when somebody indicated they were extremely or very likely to engage in one of these 4 areas, dance and fitness, teen programs, arts, crafts, adult and active adult programs, we then drilled down in a subsequent question where we said, well, what specifically? So for the people that were interested in dance and fitness, they said stretching, yoga, aerobics, and Pilates, mixed fitness, Zumba, jazzercise, and salsa dance were the categories that they responded with. Similarly, for the people that were interested in arts and crafts programs, it was painting, watercolor, oil, sewing, knitting, and ceramics. In the teen program area, it was game room, social games, hangout spot, theater and movies. And then in the active adult programs, it was exercise, aerobics, fitness, and then educational. So that's a very quick overview of the survey. I will kick it back to Mindy and the rest of the team.
Great, thanks. Donna, I think this is you.
Yeah. So our existing mission statement for the department is that we strive to enrich community members through active participation in lifelong learning, health and wellness, community involvement, and recreational activities. Our new vision is to build a department to ensure its essential services enhance the quality of life in Los Altos through offerings that create community through people, parks, and programs. Next. So these are our new department goals based on all the stakeholder information, the surveys, and input by staff. So expand the number of breadth of programs and events that are high quality, inclusive, and appealing to all populations, interests, and ages. 2, to increase community awareness and department relevance by supporting ongoing community engagement and involvement. Ensure that the city's recreation facilities and parks welcome the community, create a sense of place, model sustainable practices, and contribute to the city's character. Establish a department organization that fosters long-term employment, staff development opportunities, efficiency, and a customer service-oriented culture. And then last, balance cost recovery goals with inclusivity, access, and community needs. So each of these goal areas have objectives or strategies rather. And so goal 1, focusing on programs and events. The bold words are kind of the main focus. And so we want to regularly evaluate, add and discontinue programs if we don't have regular attendance. Of course, that includes keeping up with trends and what's happening out in the field of parks and recreation. The number of programs targeted to active adults, that came out in the survey, that was an area we need to focus on. Dedicate staff to develop and manage programs, and actively schedule and promote programs citywide, not just at the community center. Goal 2, this one focuses on community awareness and engagement, and these strategies include actively and consistently engaging in the community. The other is to have clear metrics and data collection, sort of a baseline so that we can measure our success. Formal partnerships. I have to, again, acknowledge Bridget. She's been working very much and speaking to many potential partners that will help us not only do programming at Redwood Grove, but also at the community center and other sites. Formal partnerships. Better involve and leverage commissions and volunteers. Goal 3. This is parks and recreation facilities. We talked about a comprehensive parks and recreation master plan, and I don't think it will be by the end of 2021, but it'll be something to consider during the next 2-year budget cycle. Regenerative, resilient, and sustainable guidelines, keeping the customer in mind, and optimizing for community enjoyment and use, and coordinating, promoting, and aligning the Civic Center activities for the benefit of the community. Goal 4 is department organization. These strategies include promotion and retention of employees. And the reason why this is so important, in the short time that I've been here, We've had a lot of turnover, especially in the part-time staff, because they leave for full-time positions. And so we're really looking at how we can strategize in recruiting, promoting, and retaining them over a long period of time, and developing them. Foster customer service culture, reduce redundancy and gaps. So it's very important that all our programs are complementary and not duplications. And we don't want to duplicate what other communities are doing either. Empower and inspire the staff. The fifth goal is cost recovery. Establish a class and rental fee schedule. Have a community scholarship fee program. I think especially seniors, there's a need for that, and a lot of the youth and young families. Balance revenue generation and community access. And then assess the city recreation facilities and the outdoor spaces and parks to determine their highest and best use. And then always be equitable and inclusive in our service. There's our JEDI acronym. Next. Okay, making the community success. How do we make sure the opening of the community center meets the expectations of the community? In the aftermath of COVID-19, the pandemic.
So I'm going to take you guys on a little bit of an adventure here. Hold on before you get into the mural, and I believe you have the link to this mural, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
They do. Oh, go ahead. Okay, they do have the link. I am going to resend it right now to each of the commissioners.
Okay, great.
I'm clicking send. It is the first thing in the email that they're going to get, so they can click directly on it and proceed to the mural.
Excellent. Okay, I'm going to switch my share here, and I'm going to go out of this for a second and get to the Los Altos here. So you don't have to jump into this second, because I'm going to start by playing a video. Can you hear it?
No, no sound. Here we go.
The sound quality is not good. You can hardly hear it at all.
Mostly visual for this exercise.
Hi, I'm Jan Pepper, and I'm the mayor of Los Altos, and I'm very excited to welcome you all to the Community Center Sneak Peek event. This video will take you into the Community Center to give everyone a look into our progress, as well as some words from everyone who helped us get to this point. As my 8 years on the Los Altos City Council are coming to a close, I want to say how proud I am of the community's hard work in making this project a reality, and how honored I am to have been a part of the multiple city councils that brought this undertaking from a design to this actual building. And I'm very proud that this is an environmentally sustainable building, from the solar on the roof to the all-electric cooking facilities that we have inside, to the many electric vehicle charging stations that we have in the parking area, and sufficient bike racks. The Los Altos Community Center will serve as the heart of the Los Altos community. It's a place for everyone to gather, learn, and play. And we have rooms for teens and seniors and preschoolers, as well as rooms that are open for rent for others in the community to use. And once we finally emerge from this pandemic, there are so many celebrations we need to make up. And this community center can be a place for those celebrations. I want to give my thanks to the many
I'm going to stop there. This is in the mural. And so if you want to have some time to go through it, if you couldn't hear it, sorry about that. It's really hard across the Zoom, unfortunately, to do this, to get it as well. But I think that the reason we wanted to share that video is it starts to highlight how important this community center is, what the hope around it, and lots of expectations. So what we wanted to do is just take a few moments to engage with you at the commission or at the commissioners to help us understand what you think might be some of the key things we want to do to make sure that when we open and then when it's actually operating, this is a success, and that the community members are all excited and see this as a really great opportunity and a place to gather. So what we're going to ask, and I'm not sure of how many of you have used this tool Mural, but I'm going to ask all of you to follow me. I hope we have you guys in the link right now. And what we've done is we set out these buckets, if you will, a grand opening, operations, community gatherings, programs, rentals, outdoor spaces, and partners. And we would like you to give us a little sense about what you think are the most important things we should be doing. You don't have to put something in every single bucket, just the things that you think are really important to you. And there's these little stickies, and if you have your mouse over them, you can click on it. You can also just double click anywhere in a box, and you can start typing right away, and you can do that. And then we'll have about 5 minutes to do this, and then we'll come back and just have a couple of conversations and any key things that you have recognized when you're doing this. So, yeah.
And can we just check and see if everybody's on board with this, if they need any assistance?
I was just going to ask that. And is everybody able to access this? And I see a number of people in here. Any questions before we get going?
I'm in, but I don't know how to manipulate the
So
icon-y thing.
You can just go and just double click on your mouse anywhere in the box you're interested in and just start typing.
Okay.
So you don't have to move those at all. You can click on them if you want, but you can also just click and start typing.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, great. So I'm going to put a little timer here. I'm going to give us 5 minutes. And let's just do that. And sorry, I don't have any music because, as you said, it's a little hard over the speakers here. So we can just hum to ourselves.
Here we go.
Great. And again, this is really just, what are the things that the department should be thinking about to make sure that this is a success, and that we really are meeting the community's expectations of this really great new building. Music, huh?
There we go. That's better.
Still somehow I believe always. And if people are also want to zoom around, there's a little screen over on the bottom right-hand side too that helps you zoom in and zoom out too if you need to do that. What more can I say? Left to provide. And I have a question from the audience about whether they can offer a suggestion. I think we could probably put that into the questions if you want to, and then we can then just add it to the mix. So that's for Jeanine. All right, so we have about just 2 more minutes here. Looks like we're getting some interesting stuff. And then, so we have just about 1 more minute. And obviously, if folks have more things to say, we can continue to talk about it, but we'll go over some of these things here. So make sure to get your hot topics or hot things that we should make sure to do as we open up this facility.
And Mindy, it looks like Janine did respond. And so if
Okay.
you wanted to add her post
Okay.
it looks like there's another
Okay.
another response from Norel. So there's at least
great.
2.
Great, I'll add those in. Thank you. Yeah, it's fun when everybody can do it, but sometimes it's a little hard to have have an entire group play in the same sandbox, as it were. Okay, so if folks want to just kind of finish up their thoughts, that'd be great. Okay, so I would love to, we'll get 15 more seconds, we'll do the whole 5 minutes. And perhaps we could take a moment now that we have this and if the commissioners would like to share anything, I can also add some notes to this as we're done. Thank you. Thinking off that. So does anybody want to start by saying anything before I kind of go over this? Any big thoughts that come to mind as you were thinking and doing this activity?
My main thought was, please excuse bad typing, because I couldn't see what I was typing.
No worries. I understand that. That is not a problem. That's welcome to the digital age. Anybody else have any thoughts as they were going through this? There are questions that they were thinking about?
Well, one of the things I was thinking about is kind of how to prioritize the audiences we want to attract first.
Mm.
And I was thinking about youth coming out of COVID, and we hear about all the mental health challenges youths are having. So that did I would prioritize.
That's a great question.
I tried to, unfortunately, I failed trying to get my boxes. But youth sports, kids need activities more than ever. And so I would really emphasize that coming out of COVID. Soccer, baseball, other activities, fun events for kids.
Yeah.
And then the other thing I wanted to suggest is adult exercise outside activities. So, so I wanted to add those 2 things. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. That's okay. I know we don't have a lot of time to sort of walk people through this and get ready to go. So totally appreciate it. So adult activities outside.
Exercise activities.
Yeah.
I would make that exercise.
Okay. Adult. Great. Yeah. And that's one of the things that the community center really has, these really beautiful spaces. And, how can we activate those and really make it feel like a really active place? And that can be a definitely great way of doing that.
Mindy, this is Casey.
Yeah.
There's one more addition for programs from Janine.
Okay.
She said Jedi-focused outreach for underrepresented segments of Los Altos resident pool.
Okay.
I don't know if there are any kind of game tournaments that could be it could be put together. Different kind of games. There's, you know, there's chess, there's bridge, there's kids tournaments, you know, creative ways to, you know, involve people in sort of tournaments with a prize or something that will pull people together. And I don't know what all the options are, but
Right.
I would be thinking along those lines.
Well, and I think you bring up a really great point, because one of the things that's happened is that we've been all in isolation, right? And so how do you kind of create some of that interaction again and bring people together?
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, great. Let me just go quickly, and I know we have lots on your agenda, so I'm just going to go and highlight some of these, and just please let me know if you want to add. So at the grand opening, you know, this is something we'll talk a little bit about timing, but a taco truck, great idea. Plenty of outreach, sandwich boards, banners, and more. I know that when I was talking with folks during the small groups, there's a whole idea of how do we actually build up to this grand opening and really make it a community event is something that's really important. And then now we're coming out of COVID. So there's kind of a multiple elements that we can think about as we're going to that grand opening.
How about a scavenger hunt?
I have to spell that. Great.
And there's one other comment about a cornhole tournament, that it could be multi-generational.
Oh, great. And a nice thing to do outside. Great. So operations, cleaning away that lets the public know that cleaning's in its place. And so, yeah, this is also, it's clearly around COVID. You know, how do we have a visual, you know, like they see it, they know it, they can feel really comfortable. I think that's really great. Summer movies appeal to the teens, and it's a cultural event for adults. Yeah, and if we can have our new community center in the background, you know, and especially if we get such great falls, maybe they can go into the fall as well. Lots under our programs, and this is really where I know the department's putting a ton of time in thinking about this, is how do we bring all these different programs. So invest in the community liaison to uncover popular needs, and this is something that the department really wants to actually sort of institutionalize into their activities. So I think that's great. We talked a little bit about these activities for the kids. Teens want Wi-Fi access, absolutely. Programs with 18 over to gather and improve into mental health. Yeah, absolutely. Dance and fitness programs. Yeah, get people moving again. It's great. On rentals, provide affordable options for the community to rent. One of the things that the department's been looking at is, are there certain days that are just super low cost or free for the communities? And then there's other ones that if people have market ones. So there's a lot of interesting things going on around that. And tiered pricing, exactly, that's what we're talking about. As we mentioned, the outdoor spaces are really extraordinary at the community center, and so huge opportunities with the cafe, lots of shade, inviting places to contemplate, absolutely. Walking paths, I think there's some of that, we should look into that a little bit more. Doing exercise and outside. You know, one of the things I noticed is that a lot of the community center has storage spaces that go out into the outdoors, so it might allow us to do even equipment and stuff that can be pulled outside. We'll see how that actually works. A youth and senior bocce tournament, I think that would be a great one. And then partners is working with our organizations outside the typical ones. I think that's a really important one. And I think something that we're talking about. Partnerships, there's several local groups in Los Altos, like Club 55 for active seniors, and partner with them on all of these when we resume that Rex programming. Anybody else want to add anything else after hearing all those different thoughts and ideas? Anything that comes up as another big priority here?
I had two other points under the partners, which are
Yeah.
the reach out to dance troops and reach
There
out
we
to
go.
different cultural groups.
Perfect.
We've had speakers come, I think, that have said that they would like cultural days. So I think there's a pretty strong variety of cultural groups within our town. So I think it would be nice to do some outreach to them again, kind of working outside of what we normally see in town to get some fresh voices. And also I think it would bring a different audience out, which is what it sounds like we are desiring to do, because we need more of that sort of middle, not middle age, but the middle group that we're missing.
Yeah, yeah.
And then working in partnerships like that, you can often get, for free for the exposure. The other is artists, have an artist day or a couple artist days or something like that, where they can come and show their wares for no cost or low cost. And that brings a lot of people in. And I don't mean like the kind of art and wine fair. I just mean sort of maybe there's a highlighted artist that, is there for a weekend and do something like that. Or there for a day,
Yeah, and the lobby of the community center is absolutely, this beautiful grand space. And so there's an opportunity to really make that a space to share. So maybe that's a possibility as well as outdoors.
That was one thing I was going to say too, is if it turns out that some of the spaces are being underutilized, I think it would be good to always keep in mind how to change those spaces to make sure that they are very utilized as opposed to underutilized. Because sometimes buildings on paper look like they're going to be fabulous, but when they're actually being used, you end up with, just spaces that people avoid for whatever reason. So being able to be flexible and thinking about how this building is going to work. And somebody said something about, walking, increasing the walking. You might even have a walking track that sort of organically develops for people to be able to do loops or something like that too.
Cool. Great. Fantastic. Any other thoughts that came out of that?
One item that came to me, it's sort of a little bit off the wall, but the bocce note about youth and adults.
Yeah.
Thought, could be a rental possibility. There's the Camp Bocce down in Saratoga area, and that's sort of an adult activity. So I don't know if there's to make it more of a social event with catering and that kind of thing. So
I've done a birthday party at a bocce ball court. Absolutely. That's great.
Intergenerational is exactly.
Yeah. Yep, it is. That's great. Okay.
And Mindy, there are a couple of other comments. I think they're trying to correct something that was written under programming partnerships. I'm sorry. An incorrect edit, not resume, but subsume.
Okay.
And then there was something about art exhibitions under programming.
Not sure about that one.
That one may be an addition.
Okay. More art programs. Great. Yeah, we have a nice art room. So how do we have that opportunity with an art? All these have outdoor spaces too. So that's fantastic. The potential to kind of connect some of these thoughts across the board.
I have a question. I don't know if you know the answer. Do we have someone who is slated to run the cafe space?
I think that might be a great time for me to stop the share of this and go back to the PowerPoint and then hand it back to Donna. Obviously, we'll share this back with everybody, and if there's we're going to have this lead up. So if new ideas come up, that'd be great. We really appreciate that. So I'm going to stop the share for 2 seconds while I switch over to the PowerPoint.
And there's a couple more in the question and answer as well.
Okay, so I'll add those in.
Okay, thank you. So regarding the cafe, we have an RFP that we were going to send out, but because of COVID and businesses, especially food type businesses, are struggling, it is of our opinion that it's not a good time to do that yet. I don't think we'll get anybody who want to bid and take a risk on a small cafe when they're barely surviving. And so we're going to hold off before we send our RFP, but we were looking at the model in Palo Alto at their community center. They have a cafe there. And so we have talked to that vendor. We may use that space temporarily until we know that it's a good time to solicit a good vendor for that area. Yes, Commissioner Daly.
Donna, are you looking at that relationship as a concessionaire kind of agreement?
Yes.
So it would be a term agreement, like they would get the concession for, a period of a year or 2 years or 3 years, whatever it is, pending performance. And so they would have the kind of I don't know, certainty that they would need to invest in that operation.
That's correct. They would have to put in most of the equipment. We have your basic electricity and tie-ins, but they would have to make an investment. Jamie as well as Manny might be able to provide more information on that too.
Yeah, it's I would be interested in looking at the concessionaire agreement, having participated in the concessionaire selection process in various parks, big parks. I've seen some snafus and I've seen some good things, and I thought maybe it might just be something that I may have some ability to contribute to.
That's awesome. Yeah, we don't want to make more mistakes, right? That other people.
You know, everybody makes mistakes, but
Yeah.
there's no harm in getting another pair of eyes on something like that, particularly if we as a city don't have that experience yet.
Right. Thank you for that.
I had an idea for the space if you weren't able to find somebody permanent. There are plenty of coffee businesses that, you know, have trucks and so on, and it could be that they might be willing to do a temporary setup, bring their equipment in, or do it as a, you know, short-term sort of thing where we have events if they need to set up there. I think that might work. I owned a restaurant coffee house, so I have some experience in that too. So if you do need any input as far as having run a coffee house, I'm happy to pitch in any way I can.
Sounds like Teresa and I need to be on another subcommittee together.
There you go. She's like.
Yes, it does
Donna,
sound like that.
You know,
Donna,
because
is the
a
city going to
caterer
offer
could
it
also
as like a
operate in
triple
the
net
short term
property?
in that setting.
Okay, one at a time through the chair.
Yeah, it's Donna, it's Young. Is the city offering this as a triple net property, and they're just going to give no TIs and just have people move in?
I can't answer that. I think Jamie or Manny have a better idea of the contract.
Okay.
Yeah, currently we're still evaluating what's going to be best for that space, and yeah, definitely with the environment in the business world right now, there's been no decisions. The agreement hasn't been finalized yet.
Okay.
Commissioner Daly, did you have something that you would like to say?
No, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Donna, do you want to go ahead and start on this section here on the continuing work, or do you want me to just, yeah, great.
So we have cost recovery policy we'd like to take to City Council. Right now, we don't have a cost recovery target for any of our programs. Facility scheduling, fee options and levels, rental policy, and I think the other two things that we were going to continue to work on is a grand opening as well as an implementation plan. Next one. So COVID timing and next steps. Summer programming recommendation. So I'm reading from our most current PowerPoint. This is an older version, so I'm please bear with me. I'm going to read you from the most updated PowerPoint. So
sorry about that.
That's okay. So for summer programming, the facility rentals, we are aiming to open in August of 2021. In-person special events in October of 2021. Virtual and select outdoor camps and programming will continue during the summer. And then the Los Altos Community Center opening will be pending, of course, the orders and where COVID takes us. So we are looking at the completion of the community center in the summer of 2021 and move in and operational training during after we move in, and we're looking at probably doing in-person programming starting in the fall of 2021. So that gives you a kind of an idea of what our schedule is, and what we want to do is use this as a guideline to work backwards to plan the programs and the open house. I'll give you an example. We have to order the dedication plaque pretty soon, and so we have to kind of guess what date we're going to do the grand opening. And it's very expensive. They're bronze plaques and they're beautiful. And so it's something that we have to be very definite about. So it's better that we are farther out front than doing it too soon and then going, oops, well, we're not ready, and we have to go back farther out. And I think too, related to the summer programming, is that we normally would be planning our summer now, but we have to plan for the community center because we only have so many staff members. And so we're trying to live within our means and with what we have as resources. So that kind of presents a challenge and also an opportunity to be creative and strategic as we move forward. I think that completes the presentation. I see that somebody has raised their hand. We will give an opportunity for public comment once we finish with commissioners asking questions.
Okay, thank you very much, staff.
Commissioner Daly has a question.
Okay, we will be moving to questions in a moment. Commissioner Daly, would you like to wait until we open it up to commissioner questions?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you, Staff Liaison Leahy, Mindy, Ryan, Bridget, and Jamie for the Community Center Operational Assessment and Implementation Plan Report. Next, we will have commissioner questions, followed by public comment, and finally, commissioner discussion. So at this time, we will have questions by the commission about the report. Commissioner Daly.
If I may, can I ask two questions? One is quick and one is perhaps something that would involve some discussion?
Yes,
or would you rather
you
me
may.
have one and then wait till everybody goes and then maybe another? I'm fine.
I think it would be best to have our questions at this time, and then we will have a time to have commissioner discussion.
Okay. Well, so I'm just asking, should I ask both questions or should I ask one and then wait and let everybody be heard with their questions and come back for the second?
I think it's okay if you ask both of your questions.
Okay. First one is kind of quick and simple. And this is for Brian. It's regarding one of the slides that ranked amenities. And I noticed that bocce ball actually ranked slightly higher than a playground. And my question is about the methodology for calculation, because when I see that, what I assume is that bocce ball probably got more 4s and 0s, and the playground probably got more 2s and 3s. And so we had a higher sort of emotional sensitivity to the people who were interested in bocce ball. And the reason I'm asking is because I'm trying to get a sense for how our community views the relative value of these amenities and what it might say about various other efforts we have going around town.
Yeah, that's a good question. And the scale is designed to be an intensity scale, so that's part of it. So to give you an idea of what is behind it, on the bocce ball courts, extremely likely to use is 6.5, very likely is 10.1, somewhat likely is 25.8, not too likely is 23, and not at all is 30.9. Don't know, no answer is 3.6. Playground is 9.9 extremely, 12 very likely, 17.6 somewhat. So that's a dramatic difference. That's lower and probably contributing to it. Not too likely to use is 18%. That's lower as well. And not at all likely is 39, which is higher than, and then the don't know is 2.3. So when you look at those, you see why the intensity sort of makes it seem like bocce ball is higher, and in fact is, given those numbers. In the detailed report, we also have crosstabs though by age.
Okay.
And so, you know, if you look at the different age groups, you'll see that those numbers vary.
That series of slides, if there is more detailed data for that and crosstabs, I will love that. Definitely.
Yes, there is.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Mindy, Craig.
Yeah, just a quick clarification also on that question. It was the likelihood of would you use this? And so I think that's an important part of that question, was whether or not you would use it, not if you would value it. So I think, you know, you could slice and dice these. Yeah, just to clarify.
If you play bocce ball, the likelihood that you're going to use it is intense. And if you don't play bocce ball, you're not going to use it. Whereas playgrounds might be, people may have more ambivalent feelings about playgrounds.
Well, and remember at the top of the open-ended question was the more passive recreation. And while bocce isn't exactly passive, it's not walking, you know, paths, it is, it fits into a little more of the adult active, you know, older adult passive recreation. Playgrounds, you know, obviously are a real specific, you know, activity.
Thank you. Thank you. I look forward to looking at that data more carefully. And Donna, this next question is perhaps for you, or you know, I don't know who's best suited to answer this, but I noticed that our cost recovery is, you know, it's really almost full. And that's not the case for any of our peer group, any of our neighboring cities. And in fact, some cities are down around 50%. And, you know, that could be interpreted in multiple ways. It could be interpreted that, you know, we have a customer base that's more willing to pay, or it could be interpreted that we need more investment in our cost center. We don't have enough costs, you know, we don't have enough people to do the things that some of our peer groups, some of the cities in our peer group do. So I guess my question is, you know, what's the thought about that, how we compare to peer groups, and is it an issue of a smaller cost base, or is it an issue of a higher propensity to pay? And I know that City Council has brought this up. It was actually a very interesting question that Council Member Lee Ang brought up in the commissioner interview process. And so what I'm wondering is this something we should take a look at, perhaps agendize, and get deeper into it as a commission?
This is a policy for the council to decide. I would look to Mindy to see what other communities have done in terms of establishment of cost recovery. It's been my experience that you really look at numbers as well. Is it more important to council to get revenue, or is it more important that the community be healthy and the numbers are high, right? Because you could have a low price, but you could have more numbers. So it's very complex, right? So if we converted the revenue into numbers, we might see a totally different, you know, chart. So what Mindy, do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I guess I think you identified a couple of key points that are some of the variables that are at play here. I would say that maybe some of the costs are low compared to what your colleagues are doing in adjacent cities. 100% cost recovery is almost not heard of. And so it means that there's something going on in terms of like what's happening. And I think what we have been talking about over the last time period is things like how do we do our programs and extending programs. Those take staff. Having someone who's doing teens, for instance, we talked a lot about the teens piece. And so that is not a high revenue source, but it's a high community attribute. And so, and then at the same time, we're not doing as many adult programs, which can be good cost recovery. So we haven't looked at it, I don't think, as a town in a comprehensive way to really balance out those community needs and then look at what really is the right size for the department and then what should those activities actually be. And I think a couple of things that Donna talked about, the Parks and Recreation Plan is helpful, all this operational analysis is helpful, and then we're going into a room by room, looking at every space and how that's going to be programmed. Is all of this is really going to inform these questions.
That you know, it's interesting. It was a real red flag to me because we're such an outlier relative to the peer group. So I hope that I hope this is something that we can discuss more fully, because I would hate to think that we're not making as much of an impact in the community as we could or as we should.
Hey,
I don't think that's the case necessarily, but I want to understand I want to understand the data better.
Yeah, so Pete, when I was looking at that chart that was provided by the presenter, if you look at it, it's almost like an overhead issue. All the other peer groups, they have a ton of overhead, so that's why their budget's higher. I mean, if you look at the acres of open space, we have 0, okay? And some of them, like Saratoga, has over 250 acres. So you can imagine why their overhead's higher. Look at Foster City; they have more parks per resident, I think, than any city in the country. So I can see why their budgets might be higher, and they're offering the same things as we are.
Yeah,
and Manny could speak to that. Yeah, Manny used to run Foster City, so he can kind of give you an idea of that.
Well, and we are notoriously low in terms of park acres per resident, you know, in our peer group. So I'm sure there are a couple of reasons why we are such an outlier in that measurement. And I just wanted to tee it up because I think it warrants further discussion.
Manny Hernandez.
Yeah, just to kind of add another thing that I haven't heard yet in that me working in different cities, and I think Donna has probably experienced this too, is some of those cities when you're isolating the recreation community services budget, which City of Los Altos does, some of those cities will combine parks and recreation too, so it's hard to break those out unless you actually manually do that. The other aspect too, when you share or when you compare us to our surrounding cities, some of them have there's different areas of the city that need more subsidies to them too. You have different areas of Mountain View that the city provides those things that's expected. San Jose, there's certain areas of those cities. Los Altos doesn't have a lot of those comparable areas within the city that need the subsidy as much as the other cities do.
Thanks, Manny.
Do we have any more questions? Commissioner Morris and then Commissioner Corrigan.
I actually have quite an extensive list, but a lot of them luckily were answered. This is for Mr. Godby. I was wondering if the responses falling in the areas that they did as far as the somewhat likely part of it, and very few went above that. I wondered if that was sort of a normal response pattern that he's seen in other cities, or if that stood out as sort of interesting or different to him in our survey that he did for us. And I know he's done surveys for our city numerous times. And then I wondered also, and this may be in the more detailed data, is if all of the questions, so the responses that we're seeing, the numbers that we're seeing, are all answered at the same rate, or if we're shown the ones that didn't get as many answers to them. So when we look at the numbers that we're sort of comparing apples to apples as opposed to apples and oranges. But specifically, I wondered about this not having any sort of extreme above the somewhat likely range responses.
Yeah, I'll answer the second question first. All of
Okay.
these responses are from the entire universe of adults in Los Altos. So it's, well, I shouldn't say that. The first 4 slides are, the last slide, the one where it's the summary of the specific programs, that's only asked of those people that were extremely likely or very likely to use that program category. Everything else is of the entire respondent group. The response ranges are pretty typical for park and recreation programs. I mean, we do not just park and rec master planning, but we do resident satisfaction for all kinds of things and for cities. And what you see is, you know, some of the other city services have much higher satisfaction and much higher importance level than when you drill down on parks. So what am I talking about? Police and fire, you know, are at the top of the list. Parks are usually in the middle high group of the list when we talk about parks overall. When you drill down into specific programs, that's when it gets into this range that you're seeing the data here. And again, when you look at the detailed report, you'll see, you know, instead of a 2.16 for a cafe, you'll see what that actually means in terms of the percentages and how it's distributed across that range from extremely likely to very likely.
Right. And I kind of got that, but when I was looking at the graph, I was sort of like,
Looks
like we all went meh, whatever, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that everything we ask about when we're doing city work, whether it's for parks or for police or fire, is important. It's relatively, there's a relative difference though. But they're all important things, and I think you need to know that going into it.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Corrigan.
Yes, this is for Mr. Godby as well. I saw there was a question about like recreation programs versus parks. So like the recreation programs, like 48% of the people didn't know their satisfaction with sports programs, and 37% didn't know their satisfaction with recreation programs. And I was wondering, that seemed like a very high number, and I was trying to figure out, does that mean there's a communication gap that people don't know what's out there, or it's apathy, or is there anything we can draw from the high percent of don't know about programs?
You're referring to which slide, or are you referring to more of the data in the full report? Because I'm not sure.
Yeah. It's more of the data in the full report. I don't know. I have to, maybe I can follow up later then, because I don't have the.
Yeah, the slides we presented tonight didn't really speak to that issue. There are a variety. There's 20 minutes worth of questions, so I'd want to know exactly which ones you're referring to, and we could certainly answer that question offline through staff.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any more commissioner questions? Okay, then let's move. Oh, Commissioner
I have
Marks.
another question. I'm not sure how to word it. I've been sort of massaging this and wondering. Los Altos has an extremely busy, it's an extremely busy community, and the adults are busy, the kids are busy, there's a lot of extracurricular activities, and it seems like every time I see data or comments about not being able to reach this certain segment of our population, what I wonder about that, and I'm wondering if this is a discussion amongst staff and the researchers, and I think it's a good point, that I'm wondering is, will we actually, do you think, ever be able to reach that segment and get them pulled in to participate in our park and rec activities, given that they are so busy and that they thus far haven't really been, pulled in to participating. And at what point do we say, okay, we've tried, we've done all of these things and we keep not getting that segment involved. So not that we drop it completely, but we maybe understand that that isn't our target audience, that those aren't the people that are going to be pulled in and participate. So I wonder if that's a conversation that's going on and if that's been looked at as how to solve that problem. And then also, is it actually solvable?
Do you want me to start on that, Donna? So I think it's more of a on a spectrum issue rather than it's either you get them or not. So I think there's a lot of things that I could see that the community could do to get a percentage of folks. And when I spoke to them, things like, and you guys said this too, cultural events, changing the hours of the recreation facility. It used to be closed at 5. So now we're changing that to an 8 to 10. We're working on those hours so that we're actually open for the times where people want to be there. And if they're working, they could come there. Talking with the community about identifying those programs that they really want to do. So I think that's the first step, is to actually create those programs very consciously that they want to do. I think someone wrote the taco trucks. That's been done in a lot of communities and has totally changed people's awareness and availability of these facilities, never knowing that was there in the first place. So I think there are a number of things where we can increase that percentage and have people who would use those facilities who never would have. We're never going to get all of them. There's people who just never will go to those. So we have to manage our expectations, but there's absolutely no question in my mind that there's an opportunity to really capture a larger percentage of those and engage people in a way that hasn't been done before. So I'm going to say yes, but with the caveat that it's a percentage and we have to manage that expectation and then measure that. So as we're looking at, are we successful? We know what we're trying to be successful towards, because I think it would be foolish for us to say, not put a number there and then in a year come back and say, oh, we've got this many people, and how do we know that's a success or not? So I think it's a good question and a good one for us to continue to think about.
Commissioner Ye.
This is just unrelated. I mean, this could be related because I've seen this happen in another area. What's the address number of the community center?
It's 97 Hillview.
Okay. Because I've been to a wedding over in Fremont in which the address was 4444 and then the street name. And I asked them, have you ever had a Chinese wedding here? And they said no, because there's 4 4s.
I got you.
That's funny, because I was thinking that if there were empty spaces within the building, we may need to do feng shui. Areas that weren't being used, there may need to be some smudging or feng shui type thing. I have a typo that I just thought I might point out to Bridge Blue Point, if I may. Page 10 of their presentation says Burlington. It should be Burlingame. Sorry, it just stood out to me that we don't have Burlington here. We're not in Vermont. I have a number of other questions. So my question is, Donna, if I type up my questions, may I submit them to you and then we can see what the answers are? Okay.
Of course. Anybody can do that.
Okay.
Okay, and do we have any more questions? All right then, at this time, we will have public comment on the agenda item. Casey, how many people do we have?
At this point, I think I have one, but there is a second who may raise her hand momentarily. So there is one. Give me just a moment and I will allow Roberta to speak.
Okay, and let's give them 3 minutes each.
Okay. Roberta, are you there?
Yeah. Hi, Casey.
Okay. Hi. Your 3 minutes are on the clock and I will begin them now.
Hi. So thank you, Teresa, for asking the question about that, when I looked at the, Godby report and said, we were sort of middle of the road, there was nothing that stood out as a really higher priority. So thanks for answering that question, Mr. Godby. I wanted to ask about number 1, the parking lieu fees, and if those or a certain percentage of those are used to subsidize the programs, because I know that council was supposed to look at raising the park and lieu fees and somehow never got addressed. So Manny may know, or Donna may know, when that's going to come back to council. And that's, you know, my only other thought was, I know in the past, MVLA ran adult education classes and GED classes, and I didn't know if, you know, you've considered educational classes as well across, you know, English as a second language, GED, et cetera, et cetera. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment.
I would leave it up to you, Chair Lindemeyer, whether you want staff to answer these questions or you're just taking public comment. If it's of value to the whole commission, we can give you very short answers.
Okay, I think giving short answers is acceptable.
Answer is yes. Sorry. Yes, so we've been working with MBLA for many years, and also, gosh, English as a second language. These are all the types of instructors that we've been doing outreach with. It's just really hard right now with COVID. Everybody is just kind of waiting to see what will happen before they make a commitment on whether or not they want to work with us. So, but yes, we are doing all those different outreach efforts.
What about the subsidy with the park and lieu fees? Were you able to answer that one? Or was that the yes also?
Good question. I believe that the engineering director, Jim Sandoval, did go to council and they did not increase the fees. But Manny, do you recall? I think that was most recently in the last 3 months.
Sorry, I was having issues unmuting. No, I thought that got pushed.
Okay.
So, but to answer another part of that is no, park and lieu fees cannot be used for programming. It's for
Right.
improvements and acquisitions only.
Right. I didn't answer that part. Thank you, Manny.
Okay, Chair Lindemeyer, there is one additional speaker, Janine Valadez. I'm going to allow her to talk now.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Give me just a moment and I'll start your timer.
Thanks. Actually, I don't know if I should be, I mean, I'm an incoming commissioner, so I don't know if you would prefer, the group would prefer that I delay my commentary until I'm part of the commission, or if I can speak as a public member at this time.
You can speak as a public member.
Okay. I just wanted to comment to the issue of cost recovery. I'm actually very excited to hopefully contribute to that process, given the goal that I saw on the presentation, because I believe with regard to some of the comments about whether, you know, what's our target market, whom in the city we need to serve, it becomes a very, very important question because there are lots of both social and ethnic diversity and equity issues that come into play with cost recovery in terms of how you outreach to segments of your community that perhaps you never see, and therefore you assume they're not interested. I think that we need to increase our community engagement, and I'm not just talking about, say, lower income people that you know, are working 2 or 3 jobs, because maybe we have those. I'm also including, you know, as we increase in affordable housing and modest homes, we'll see a shift in the economic demographics of our city, whether it's due to ethnic cultural differences or whether it's due to the nature of the profession. You know, some service people and teachers, public safety, etc. And so we will need to take a hard look at those segments as they start to establish themselves and make sure that we're not creating high barriers for their participation in our programs, because as I'm sure we all agree, our programs are an investment in our community. So I'm just really excited about working in that area, and I want people to really keep an open mind as to what segments of our community we want to outreach, not only today, but those segments that are going to become more significant as time goes by. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamie.
Okay, so no more, Casey?
Nope, that completes the public comment on this item. I have no other requests to speak.
Okay, great. Then let's move to commissioner discussion.
Any other comments? So basically, we are going to be presenting the same information without the mural exercise to City Council in April. Mindy, I'm not sure if you have the summary of the mural exercise or if that's something that we will provide at a later time.
Yeah, I think that's something we can provide at a later time, because we can copy that. And at the moment, commissioners, you have that link. You can go and add any other final thoughts if you wanted to. And we'll get a copy of that out to everybody so they can be part of the notes.
We'll definitely share the results of that mural exercise with City Council when we present the information to them in April. And so you can keep in mind some of the information and the goals and strategies that we are working on. It may be something you might want to integrate in with your work plan exercise that will start today but end in April. So, all right. Is there any other questions or comments? Okay. Well, we're very excited that we've been able to share this much information so far. So we will keep you in the loop.
Thank you very much. It's exciting. So at this time, we'll go to the 2012 Parks Plan overview. I'd like to introduce the Municipal Services Director, Manny Hernandez, who will be providing the report.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me first, for those of you who don't know and incoming commissioners that may be watching, my name is Manny Hernandez. I'm the Municipal Services or Maintenance Services Director officially. And yes, I handle all maintenance from street maintenance, sewer maintenance to parks and facilities as well. So that's where I direct out of the Municipal Services Center on Fremont. So in any case, I'm here to kind of bring everybody up to speed on the current parks plan that we work under. The report that I submitted that I think was very, very short and concise. I want to expand a little bit on that and just read a little bit of the attachment as well. I'll keep it short, but the report, because I think once we go into the attachment, there'll probably be more questions there. In summary, the current parks plan that we're working off of was approved on May 8th of 2012. The commission that was working on it at that time went through quite this is the story that I got. It was before my time. Went through quite the effort to come to what you've seen that's online. I believe it's 40 some pages, and actually I've got one copy right in front of me. And there was staff was involved. The commission finalized it. It went to council, and the beginning of the process included advisor. I'm sorry. I don't know why it's escaping me. Consultant, excuse me, a consultant for that. So that's what came out of that process. This process was necessitated by, I believe, don't quote me on this, but it's AB 1191 in Chapter 227, and it's part of what's necessary to collect and use park and lieu fees. So now that plan became in place, I believe it wasn't completely in place before that time. So with that, the commission, I previously being the community services director, was the liaison for that for a commission back in 2018, and what we did was we went over piece by piece this parks plan, and part of the review process was to make an informed decision on if the commission should venture into updating the parks plan. And I think I put it in the report for any of you to reference that those meetings took place between August 2018 and March of 2019. And that was the concluding meeting, was March. But at that time, once that review was completed, the commission that was in place at that time elected not to update it. So we moved on from there. And the question that may come up, so I'll answer that now, is why did they choose? I think you'll probably have to listen to the meeting to get the full explanation. And if anyone's on the commission who was still there at that time, I'm not sure. Maybe they can speak more about it in discussion. But to summarize what I got from that meeting of why they chose not to, is they were happy with the plan, its conciseness, its readability, and the main thing is they took pride in that it was actionable. Some of you may have some experience with other parks plans that are quite extensive. So with that, I included in this report as an attachment a summary that me and another commissioner, previous commissioner, put together that is pulled out. We actually pulled that out of the parks plan, put it into a matrix form, and so it's very readable. We've got it attached to the report. And what I did was I added some comments and whether some of these were complete or not. Now I'm not sure if I'm able to share my screen, Casey. Is that possible?
Yeah, you should be able to.
Oh shoot! I'm sorry. Okay. All right. So let me try to share one of my screens here. Oh shoot! Which one am I looking at here? I'm gonna give this a shot. Sorry. Is it sharing?
It is.
Okay, great. Is it moving right now?
It is moving. You may have to zoom in a smidge, Manny.
Okay. All right, let me see where I'm at here. Is that better?
Yes, that looks good.
Okay, so just to go over this to finalize my presentation, my report here, the commission finalized this parks plan with updates or recommendations going forward, and that was the basic summary of what this parks plan was trying to keep track of and where they can go and to make it actionable is the word they used. So with that, they broke it into ongoing, one-time, and aspirational recommendations. So these are the priorities. As you can see that they added some pictures too. And what I want to do is ongoing recommendations through my review and probably through your own. A lot of them are just maintenance things that go on in the park, so I won't really touch on that, but definitely we can field questions of maybe why these things are ongoing, and I can give you my best guess on some of those because they were before my time, but I can actually give you answers of the way we handle the maintenance aspect. So just to touch on a few of the highlights here where I did add comments in ongoing recommendations, we're talking about maintaining Heritage Oaks Park, that in the undeveloped open space there, those of you familiar with that park, there is an undeveloped space and that remains undeveloped, and we can there can be more discussion on that as well, and mostly that is from the lack of finding something that's suitable directly across from neighbors at that park. Continuing habitat restoration at Redwood Grove, we currently do that. That's ongoing, and that's through grassroots ecology. Other items where I have comment that have changed or that are not just ongoing is addressing the facilities, use of facilities in Redwood Grove. I think everybody's familiar with what's going on with Halsey House right now. So they're taking another stab at what we can do with that location. And also there are some other things that we're looking into getting done. I'm still trying to finalize the use of that open space for the naturescape there. I already, as I've reported in the past, I've already made contact with the landscape architect that'll be helping me with that. Also, maintain Reseda Park according to city standards. I made a note on that because we're trying to upgrade the irrigation there, which should help the sports fields for usage there. Rent the San Antonio Club for functions. That's currently being done. I guess when this plan was put in place, it wasn't being done at that time. So that's something that has changed and now is ongoing. Working with the school district to provide for scheduling and maintenance of athletic fields. That was discussed in 2015. I was involved in that when I first came on to the city of Los Altos, but it wasn't well received by the school district at that time. And my recollection is it has not been reevaluated. And then obviously another bullet point that has a comment is the off-leash, allowing dogs off-leash somewhere. Obviously that's going in place in April. When I made these notes, it hadn't been approved yet. Going to the short-term section now. These are one-time recommendation areas. Everybody can see the completing the pathways from Redwood Grove to Shout Park. Yes, that's been done, but no, it is not paved. I'm sure some of you have seen those things. Creating long-term agreement for the use of Montclair Park. That has not been done, and that was described as the use of the school itself. So if you've been to Montclair Park, you see the school that's adjacent to it. That's always been discussed that maybe that could be extended as part of the park with the school district, which I believe is Cupertino. But nothing has been done there. As far as the long-term for usage. Moving the tennis backcourt at McKenzie Park. Those of you who are familiar with that location, we cannot find a solution for that. We need the parking, but tennis players need the backcourt as well. Survey potential user for skate park. That has not been completed. The Walter Singer bust at the time this was done was in Community Plaza, which is now Veterans Community Plaza. But that was moved, so that was completed, and now the History Museum has it, and they're looking for suggestions on what to do with it right now. So they've got it in storage. So that's something that the commission also could look at. Beginning efforts to preserve the creek banks at Shout Park and Heritage Oaks. To my knowledge, that has not been done and not in the process. Augmenting the landscape at Hetch Hetchy right-of-way. I was involved in looking into that, but more frequent maintenance is being done. We've done no additional landscaping, and we're limited on what we can do there because it's owned by the San Francisco Utilities Commission. So, and then considering installing parking spaces at Portland and Heritage Oaks, and that has not been ventured into. So, I'm moving on to the long-term things. These are, I believe, yeah, let me see, let me verify, yeah. So the long-term ones of the one-time priorities: provided park in North Los Altos. That's at the top of the list of this parks plan, and it always has been on the commission's mind, not something that's been done. Obtaining the title for Lincoln Park, yes, that has been done. So that was purchased and approved in 2016. Creating a CIP for Redwood Grove to address the creek bank restoration, replacement of boardwalk, and installation of permanent restrooms. I put yes and no on this. The bank restoration and boardwalk have been done, and obviously no permanent restrooms have been put in Redwood Grove. Making a decision on the Halsey House and Caretaker House, that's in the process again. Repurpose 647 San Antonio Road, that's the San Antonio Club. And as a park, and that had been looked into. The history that I got is it had been looked into, but based on security reasons, the way that park would be set up, and the negative feedback from the neighbors and the police weren't real comfortable with it as well, based on security of what that park would look like. There was a lot of hidden areas. That did not go anywhere. Proceeding with renovation of CIP, installing new landscape and expanded parking for, I believe this was McKenzie Park. I'm sorry, this got cut off on the report. And that has not been done. Proceed with McKenzie Park renovation CIP. That has not been done. And I think I would have to look again to refresh my memory on what exactly that entailed. Proceed with renovation CIP of shading and seating area, seating and jogging trail CIP for Grant Park. Plans for additional park benches as a maintenance item. We're taking care of that, but nothing as far as a jogging trail or as a CIP has been pushed forward. Renovation CIP of shaded seating area for Heritage Oaks Park. It has not been done, but something that I've been working with the with the Recreation Community Services Department is to create a rentable picnic area, and that may or may not include a shaded space too, but we haven't finalized that yet. A small one. Proceeding with renovation of tennis court lighting. Yes, that has been done at McKinsey Park. Once again, sorry that got cut off, I guess. And then proceeding with community plaza renovations. That's some upgrades have been made with tables and shade, but they're umbrellas basically. And more is planned, and just something that's going on is we are repairing the old clock there. So in a few months, once we get the parts, it should be like brand new. So, and then finally, the last section in the Parks plan and the last updates that I'll provide to you is the aspirational recommendations that the commission put in this plan. Number one is consider the viability of open space downtown. There was an opportunity in 2017. Lacey was involved, and that did not happen. Providing restrooms in all active parks, providing public restrooms downtown. And like I said, there's no real updates. These are still aspirational. Exploring placement of skate elements on school property. I was directly involved with that in 2015, and the school was not receptive to putting skate elements in there. And it was very difficult to find space adequate for something like that in our parks as well, and with the community pushback as well. For having a skate park in the neighborhood park. So that has not been explored since then. Exploring installation of skatable art, that's the other aspect that I just mentioned. And then strive to identify a location for an off-leash dog park. And once again, that I think some of you may have been involved in that in the last couple of years. But the best that we've got right now is an off-leash dog hours program at Hillview coming up in April, right, Donna? So with that, is a very quick review. Thank you, Chair Linda Meyer, for giving me this time to speak and go line by line on those things that are in the back of the priorities for your current Parks Plan.
Well, thank you very much, Manny, for providing the 2012 Parks Plan overview. At this time, I'd like to open it up to Commissioner questions. Commissioner Morris. I believe you're muted.
Thank you. Helps when I undo that. I wondered about the Heritage Oaks, the sort of, I call it the, unincorporated area of it. There are some planter boxes in there, some raised planter boxes. Can I get the story of what that is about and why they're there, and if anything is going to be done with them?
Yeah, I will give you the story when I can find out, because they were put in somehow. I've talked to my parks supervisor about that some time ago, and we don't really have a history of how they got there.
Okay.
So I can actually send that once I get that precise information of how exactly it got there. But I'll get that to Donna, and then I think she can present it to the commission. But yeah, that's something I did notice several months ago, and we were trying to figure out exactly who put them there, why they're there, and if we're breaking them down and moving them is going to be an issue.
Well, I wondered if the community wanted to put in, or if children wanted to put in flowers or vegetables or something like that, if that would be allowed, because they are sitting there not used. There were some edibles, meaning like, I think some, I have to clarify that. There were, I think there was some kale in there at one point, and so I don't know if it just volunteers periodically if it's left alone, but that was just a couple of years ago. But if the community wanted to do something with it, would they be allowed to revitalize that, or no?
I would invite that, and I believe that the commission can probably help us out to find out if the community was interested in something like that. But once again, if we sanction something like that, then it would have to be run by us. I think right now the way it is very lack of a better term, organic of what's going on there. So, but that's what we know right now. So we're not maintaining it. Recreation's not maintaining a program there. But it is something that previously being the director of community services, I had looked into, but there wasn't enough interest or location. That's the other thing. If you get people there, now they're parking there, and the community's going to want to know about it in that area. So we'll have to go through the process.
Okay, so then the other add-on to that is it possible to put more trees in that area and some benches for people to be able to sit in shade and just have a quiet spot? Has that been considered at any point?
Once again, we consider, but looking at the parks plan again is keeping this as undeveloped is the way the parks plan read. So that's why I would kind of a theme that I would say is maybe that's something that the commission could advise on, and then maybe even update the parks plan with some ideas of what to do there. But we've been open to that as far as dog park, skate park, and even less active things like that. It is probably something that we can do, but at this point, developing that area may, the project may actually develop even more. So.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I just don't mean to bogart. I have a question about a park in the north. Can you define what you mean by north when you say finding a spot for a park in the north?
Being involved with the group in 2015, the commission that was a majority of them were involved in creating this parks plan. They define that as somewhere north of San Antonio Road. That's the way it was explained to me. So that's so in the parks plan, and I can't pull out the one of the front pages. There's a map and of Los Altos, and it would just be the north area.
Okay.
But like I said, I think they were defining it as north of San Antonio Road.
So Lincoln Park doesn't qualify?
But I believe that was already there. What their idea was adding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then one more question. We have the plaza that has the clock feature on it. There's also a plaza in front of the hotel that I think is park space. Is that correct?
No, it is not. It's not listed in the parks plan. It's not considered park space.
What is it? Because I think it's city property. Do you know?
It's just that you're talking about that planter island across from the hotel.
No, I'm talking about in front of the hotel where there's a fountain now and chairs and tables. Isn't that
it's not
belongs to
maintained
the
by
city?
Us. No, it's not maintained by us.
I know it's not maintained by you guys, but is it a city property? I thought I'd been told that it was city owned.
I think it's owned by the hotel.
I would think so too, but you may have something there as far as being an easement of the city or owned by the city with an easement.
Who would know? Do you know?
We'd probably have to go to planning or engineering.
Okay, I'll go beyond. Okay, because somebody had told me that actually belonged to the city, and I thought something to do with the parks, and so I was like, well, we might have a park space. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Manny.
Commissioner Daly and then Vice Chair Spillman.
I think Teresa's right about this. And Manny, it seems like when you took us for a tour a couple of years ago, right after I first joined the commission, that spot was pointed out. Now, there's a distinction though, because the city has several pieces of property, some of which are zoned as parks, some of which are not zoned as parks and are controversial because they're not zoned as parks, and some of them are zoned in other ways, but we may be able to make use of them. And that's where my question arises, because we've talked several times in the past about, doing a fitness walk and having little micro parks with fitness stations at various points around the city on some of these properties. And what I'm wondering is that something we could fold into the parks plan, and would it be addressed almost as some kind of a joint use agreement, that's not park property, but we have an agreement with the city that we put a a stretching, thing there and a chin-up bar or something like that. So how would we address those spaces that are not currently in the parks portfolio, but might be usable for park and rec programming?
I couldn't tell you exactly how to go about that besides the first step of getting them into the parks plan considered park space. Because a lot of the properties, well, actually all the properties that are in the parks plan, they're listed there, and that's something that we've always looked at as developing in some form of a park. But outside of that, like the property, and you're right, I agree with Commissioner Morris that I think there is a chance that is owned by the city, but regardless, it's not listed in the parks plan.
Right.
So
Okay. So I just want to take note of that. And as we contemplate revising the parks plan, something that I will champion is finding ways to bring in those little micro sites and use them, as well as doing joint use agreements with LASD and CUSD. CUSD, particularly for, for example, the baseball field that's adjacent to the tennis court, or for that climbing structure and so on and so forth. But the baseball field presents programming opportunities. The climbing structures doesn't, but we've also all talked about what we could do in terms of, the high school pools and things like that. If we could make it an official objective of our commission and get it into the parks plan, I think that would be a real area of opportunity. We've got an objective to expand our parks, but we don't have a lot of property in the city to offer that potential. So I see that as a way of sort of achieving that objective without acquiring property.
And Vice Chair Spillman.
Thank you, Director Hernandez, again, for all your work. I had two questions for you. Number one, you have a lot of activities listed. Is there priority order to all the activities? Or do you have top priorities, medium priorities, and low priorities? Because you got more than you can probably accomplish. So what are your priorities? Have you been given direction from council? What list are you working off of to establish the things you need to get done right away?
Whatever's doable, actually. First, before I start answering your question, Vice Chair Spielman, I want to thank you for you being on the commission. I didn't get an opportunity to say that at the beginning of the meeting. I've worked with you for several years now, and you being on the commission, it's been great. So thank you for being part of that. Now, to answer your question, yes, we at maintenance, and I work with Donna closely on some of the things that we can get done, that we have gotten done. A lot of, I definitely, my crew and I, we take pride in seeing a lot of completed check marks, and yes, we've completed those things on this list. But we're doing what we can, and in fact, some of the programs that we put in place, I've worked with Donna just on, for example, the Memorial Bench program, and that's actually getting more benches, which is developing the parks. Just as an example, that's one of the things. So whatever we can do. I also work with Donna, and this comes directly from you as commissioners, to prioritize the CIP program as far as the park redevelopment aspect in using park and lieu fees, because we have to use those. If not, we lose them. So with that, that's a big part of it as well. So when the funding gets there and is available for us to use, that's when we put it on there. So anything we can get done that's on this parks plan, we get done. That's our priority.
Commissioner Yang.
The other question that I have is, now the parks plan is almost 10 years old. It's a big undertaking to update the parks plan, but what are the considerations to update it? For example, one of the things that this commission has discussed over time is the potential for an upgrade to Grant Park. And that's not real. I mean, the jogging trail you have is one of your activities, but not the larger comprehensive Grant Park upgrade. So is it time for a modification to the now almost 10-year-old parks plan? What do you think? What's your recommendation?
I would say, just to be fair to it, yes. Yes, I do believe. I mean, I don't want to try to sway the commission or anyone in any certain way, but I just speaking as a professional, yeah, when 10 years comes up, at least in 5 years, it should be seriously reviewed and maybe made some addendums to it to bring it up to date so it doesn't fall out of date. This is on the verge of falling out of date now. So yeah, I believe that this should be in whole, probably updated.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ye.
Yeah. Hey, Manny. I know there's like these 10 to 11,000 square foot kind of pocket parks around the city. Well, what's going on with them with the planning? Because right now there's one like on Bendigo and Green Oak, which is like a $2.5 million dog urinal.
Is that's one of the ones that are, it's in the parks plan. It's just, I think, I don't even think it has an address. But it is something that definitely got my attention when I first came to Los Altos on something to do there. But there really isn't, first of all, the funding to develop that, the interest of the neighborhood to develop it. I've had some ideas. There's been some ideas that we floated. But definitely, I have to say that with the community center coming in and the funding that goes directly there, I think that was a priority for a lot of the funding. But something passive, I think, would be more receptive by the surrounding neighborhood, I think. And I really do think that should be something that's targeted. And some of my commissioners, and I think Vice Chair Smilman was on the commission at the time, some of my commissioners did venture to that to review some things and have some discussion at commission meetings about what we could possibly start floating at that place. So
okay, all right. Thanks, man.
Sure.
Okay. Any more commissioner questions? Commissioner Morris.
So I think we're having this conversation, partly I'd asked for this to be put on the agenda. And what I was kind of specifically wondering is if we went park by park and talked about what there is. So I was looking at the Merrymead. It took a while to download the parks plan. It was kind of moving slow. But I was looking at, like, let's just talk about Merrymead. There are a number of items. It's on page 13 of the parks plan in case anybody wants to look. The assessment is there's a disconnect between the park and the parking lot caused by location of the tennis court. There's aged irrigation system, inadequate parking, pathways are worn, no fencing along Fremont, aged light fixtures, aged landscaping, worn picnic tables and benches. Recommendations: install new landscaping, proceed with the Merrymead Park renovation CIP, which includes replacing lighting and irrigation. Look for opportunities to expand parking. I'm just curious, just using Merrymead as an example, what on that is done or remains to be done? So my concern with the parks plan is that we do these parks plans and then they don't get completed. Then we go, oh, it's time to do another parks plan. And I'm sort of like, wait, we didn't do what we were, tasked to do or what we paid for this plan to get information about, and then we didn't do it. So I was wondering, like, just again, using Merrymead as example, how much of that has been done? Do you know, Manny?
Yeah, as far as the new landscaping, I mean, it could be that has been done. That has been done. Now, how much of that landscaping changeover? Because my crew, we evaluate that all the time. We do that on a lot of our parks and anything that we maintain, including our medians. So just switching over from flowers because they're not sustainable to some other kind of sustainable landscaping could be the change that may not be looked for. It may be something wider, something broader. as far as landscaping goes. But yeah, that's been done. Obviously, the CIP, which I'm not familiar with this, and this is something, I'm glad you brought it up. It's something, and there's some CIPs in here that may have been listed in 2012 or prior that may have been delisted. So once it was pulled off because maybe it just wasn't, they needed the funding somewhere else or whatever. I'm not sure why, but some of those CIPs, I hear rumors that there were CIPs out there and some plans, and I think I've talked about this with Donna. Donna could probably find in some of the old rec files that there's ideas for CIPs that maybe never got to full funded CIP. So this may be one of those things. Now that would be replacing the lighting, moving the tennis courts over, but some of those plans never got to full funding. So I can't say that any of those got done. And then look for opportunities to expand the parking. I think one of the ideas was creating actual parking spaces along Fremont in front of the park. But that's not something that's feasible within the parameters of the budget too.
Okay, there is that little pull-out area in front of the park, you know, like it's an indentation. That's not official parking space, right? Okay, because some people don't usually park there, but they'll pull over there. So do we know if the lights were done, if the light fixtures were changed, if the landscaping, well, we talked about the landscaping, the picnic tables, I mean, do we know if any of that got done?
Those are general maintenance, and that's the other thing with a lot of some of the things that are in this parks plan. It's general maintenance items, and yeah, we turn those things over, but once again, as needed. If you're looking for a full renovation of a park, though, we haven't seen that done. But over the years, we do change out picnic tables, but once again, it's as needed. So
Okay, I got it.
And just to answer the question on the lighting, yes, the lighting had been updated. It was an LED project that we got funding for to change the lighting.
Okay, because that's what, I mean, what would be cool is to have sort of this, you know, checklist of our parks plan, see where we've gotten with it so that we know, you know, what's done with it and not done with it and how we've utilized taxpayer money by having this parks plan. Because if we're spending money, it's kind of like, can we make sure that we're actually doing it? And I hear what you're saying. There's sort of this, I think I hear what you're saying, which is there's this overall approach of like, look, we look at the parks all the time, figure out what needs to be done. We do what needs to be done. So it's not necessarily that you're carrying a page of that particular parks plan page with you going, okay, did we do this? Did we do this? But that's what my curiosity was and why I asked to have it on the agenda.
And that's great. And something else to add to that too is as I was explaining to Vice Chair Spielman too, in his question of should it be updated, every 5 years or so, this should be reviewed. And to see exactly to answer those questions and to keep it fresh in our mind too, because I was looking at this and this is almost 10 years old. I haven't been here for 10 years and I don't think many commissioners were involved in the commission at the time. There's no recollection of what this exactly is, but if you review it every 5 years and then we can go over these things and have that checklist, I think that would be a good path to take.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Bailey?
I move we ask council for permission to undertake a revision of the parks plan.
Can we do a move during commissioner questions?
This is for information only. We can put it on the agenda when we talk about future agendas. Would that help you, Pete? I mean, Commissioner Daly?
Donna, I think you're mistaken. Respectfully, it's listed as number 4 under items for consideration and action. It's not listed as an informational item as number 6 is on our agenda tonight. So I think we are certainly within our purview as a commission to move in this regard because the community has had an opportunity to comment if so desired because it's on the agenda as an action item.
So are you speaking of the plan that Manny just presented or is in the process?
Yes, my motion is that we ask council for permission to undertake a revision of this plan that we just reviewed with Manny.
May I, through the chair?
Yes.
So another side thought is through the process that we just went through with Blue Point Planning, there is a recommendation to do a comprehensive parks and recreation master plan at some point. That is not what you're talking about, right? Or is it?
That could subsume this effort if council directs us to do that. But at the very least, I believe we need to update and revise the parks plan. And I've heard from council that they think that we should too, but they want to weigh in on what the
Commission.
what the limits should be for our scope.
Okay. Should we let Manny finish and then come back to this, or do you want to make?
I thought we were just at the point where we were asking questions about what Manny had already presented.
Okay.
If I'm out of order, I'm happy to wait on the motion. I just thought we could move the ball down the field.
Sure. Manny, are you finished?
No, yeah, no, I was just taking questions, and then I guess you would take public comment and then discuss, and then I think I'm done now.
Yeah, to clarify, my question was, is the motion appropriate during questions, or is it more appropriate during discussions? I'm not sure, and so I'm asking.
I'm okay with whatever you think is appropriate, Chair.
If you're asking staff, it would be best after public comment.
Okay. Yeah. So I do have a question for Manny. So in all of our parks, what do you think the major priority is right now? I know that the parks plan hasn't been updated in some time, and we look at that and we see things that have been neglected on the plan. But there are things today that need to be fixed in our parks as well. Like the kitchen needs to be replaced at Grant Park. There's playground equipment that needs to be replaced because it's reached its lifetime. So when I look at the parks plan, I wonder what is the priority there that has been overlooked. Something that could be a danger or a hazard to our community, such as failing playground equipment.
Okay, to answer that, I don't believe there's anything that would be considered danger to anyone. We maintain all of those things on a regular basis, so you're not going to find anything that's dangerous or failing in our parks. So that's something that the maintenance crew takes care of. I believe that what would be needed is something like a parks plan update or a new parks plan created, and maybe really a focus on getting, now that the community center's up, you really utilizing those park in lieu funds that would be available to do projects, to redo things. Our parks, we have very good parks, and as Commissioner Ye had mentioned, I used to work in Foster City as well as the parks manager there, and we had a lot of parks, very nice parks as well too. So the parks here are very comparable, just a lot less of them, a lot less space. But with that, everything is very well maintained. They're very nice parks. However, yeah, some things need to be updated. Our playgrounds are safe and they're fun, but they're kind of all the same color. These are things where the tennis courts where they're at, you can't find parking at Merrimead. These are the little things that could be evaluated with a consultant in redoing a parks plan, updating a new parks plan. And really you can dive into, okay, McKinsey is the next thing to deal with, and reorganizing Merrimead or something like that, but really creating those overhauls to bring us more up to date on the park and what the community wants in those parks. That would be my priority, I think, coming from a maintenance aspect.
Thank you. Commissioner Ye.
Yeah. Hey Manny, I know we all voted to stop using pesticides like a year, maybe 2 years ago. Well, what's the effect been on your team?
We'll see. We're going
Okay.
through it right now. Okay, so once that was changed, we officially got the that updated in August. So just this last August 2020. So that became our official policy now, and now is the time for us to spray, if we were able to. So we're going to see that right now. So it really, it's just kicking in now because the rains are, I would think, starting to slow down, and then we'll see when spring pops up of what that's going to take to maintain.
Has the city allocated funding for increased workers' comp claims?
No, I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
Commissioner Morris.
So I'm curious if we talk about a parks plan update. Like I said, I always am concerned when a previous one hasn't been utilized to talk about another one. And so it seems to me, given budgetary constraints, that I wonder if it's more effective to take the conversation as a park by park situation, maybe look at the current parks plan and maybe, you know, decide which park we might focus on and then work on that parks plan, master plan, and take it piece by piece like that and have the funding for it as we move forward, as opposed to having a whole parks plan for every single park and then not having the funding for any of that. So the parks plan sits and, you know, dies on the vine, so to speak. And I'm wondering, with Manny's knowledge and Donna's knowledge, if maybe there's any experience in this. Does it always have to be a huge parks plan for every single park, or could we do this in sort of a piece by piece approach?
May I, through the chair?
Please.
If you plan a city, do you want to do it block by block, or do you want a general plan?
I agree. It's just the money, right? If you do the parks plan and there's no money, and so nothing gets done. So that was my concern. And plus it costs money to do the plan, and we're all like, let's put everything into the community center right now and get that going. And also we have a loss of revenue.
So I see your hand, Pete, but so one thing to think about is the public process of a master plan and getting the input, because how do you know which park you're going to start with? You need the guidance of the community to decide what's the priority, right? And what are the trends right now, right? So, and then there's like blanket policies and standards that you would like to implement throughout a system. You don't want one standard for this park and a different standard for this one, right? You want standards in how you do things. And like in my last job, when we did our master plan, we said every one of our playgrounds will have shade. It'll either have natural shade or a shade. And so it's really an opportunity to create a blueprint by which you follow by priority based on public input. And it just helps not only the budget process, but also where staff time is spent.
Can I ask a question of Manny and Donna that I think will help clarify this for Teresa? Because I'm very sensitive to your concern that you're expressing, Teresa. But my understanding is that there is budget money that is already being spent, and unless we update our plan, we will continue to spend these precious tax dollars against priorities that were established close to 10 years ago. And so one of the benefits of updating the plan would be that these park and loop funds that Manny referenced a few minutes ago that are being spent would be done so in accordance with the latest input from residents on what our priorities are. Manny or Donna, would you sort of, toss that around a little bit and let me know if I understand correctly, if my statement is fair?
Coming from me, and Donna can probably add to this, is yeah, I think that's a fair statement. It would definitely help help both Donna and I to figure out where our CIP priorities are. It'll help you as commissioners when you discuss CIPs in the spring, and going into that budget process. And it'll help me just to understand that, to pull all of the maintenance things out of here, to understand in the parks plan, but these are all the maintenance things, these are the guidelines you're going to go by, and that's going to get me and my guys running off when the CIPs come. You have them, and you can break them down into parks once you have this whole master plan.
Right, and it's not necessarily a totally new, greenfield plan either, Teresa. The plan that was done in 2012 is still a very solid plan, and I was on the commission when we decided to sort of punt, as it were, and not redo the plan. Part of it, Manny, you'll recall we had some empty seats, and we wanted to get to a full commission too before we could undertake that. But the document that we have is a great starting point, and it, from a process point of view, I think the very first step in that process is to get permission from council to carry, to go forward with it. But then, sort of A1 is go through the existing plan, cross off the things that have been done or that are for some reason no longer a priority or can be eliminated, and then add the things that have come from, for example, that have come from our discussion now, but also guided by the consultant in this process. If we must use a consultant, I'm always apprehensive about that, but if we must, and community outreach that goes along with that, so that our priorities are reflective of what our residents want in that plan, because that's the governing document for how money gets spent. And it's not that we're not going to spend the money if we simply don't redo the plan. The money will continue to get spent. It's just that it's spent against priorities that were established a decade ago.
Okay, do we have any more commissioner questions, or can we move to public comment?
I don't have a question. I just wanted to say thank you for that conversation. And my biggest point still is, again, if we do a new parks plan, then I'd like some reassurance that we're actually going to take the steps that are in the parks plan and get them done in a timely manner, so that in 10 years, part of it's not done and we now are looking at an outdated plan. So it's all about how are we spending taxpayers' money and moving things forward.
That's a great, I think that's important to have that push behind the process. But some of those elements of the park plan were aspirational, and it is fair to expect to create a plan where some fraction of completion versus incompletion is to be expected. And I think as we go through the process, Manny's report already highlights the fact that several of the things that were in that original parks plan were done. There are some things that haven't yet been done, and they should be elevated priorities if the community still wants them to be priorities. I don't think we should in any way abandon the tasks that we set for ourselves frivolously. We should only do that if there's, prudent assessment and good reason to do it.
I'd like to just remind everyone that this is just the time for questions, and we'll have time for discussion after public comment. Commissioner Ye?
That's fine. I'll wait.
Did you have a question or a discussion?
No, I just wanted to bring up the point, like, does anyone know what, like, we're under this working assumption that the city is going to have a reduced revenue stream for this year. Do we actually know that? Or is that just what people are just assuming?
I've been paying attention to the city's finances. There are impacts, but, we still have money to spend.
Also, separate from general fund is the park impact fees. And as we develop, those fees are going to grow. And so we need to put that money back into the community to benefit the parks and recreation amenities and services. Well, not services, but amenities. So what happens is the parks plan helps support what we charge for the park impact fees. So we have to constantly be updating them to justify what we're charging.
Okay, do we have any more commissioner questions? Okay, let's move to public comment.
At this time, Chair Lindemeyer, I do not have any hands raised, and there have been no requests for public comment on this item.
Okay, then at this time, we'll have commissioner discussion.
Will you let us know when you want to entertain motions, please?
Sure, are we ready to entertain motions?
I mean, we still discuss motions once they're brought forward. It's just a question of how you want to organize the flow.
Okay, if anyone has something that they would like to add to the discussion, please do so now, or we will move to motions or go to motions. Commissioner Morris.
Okay, so if we're going to talk now, discussion time. One of the things I was thinking, and I think Commissioner Daly sort of made a side comment to this, is do we have to hire a consultant? I know this is a question, so let me reframe that and just have it be, I'm hoping that we don't necessarily have to hire a consultant. If we do need to hire a consultant, I was thinking, instead of reinventing the wheel and bringing in somebody who doesn't know our city at all, it might be, if this parks plan that we have now is a good one, it might be worth revisiting the company that, the organization that helped with that one, so that they have a little history with us, and it'll be perhaps a speedier process to get that parks plan. But I'm wondering, as commissioners, whether or not we could take on some of this as our effort. So if Commissioner Daly is going to put forth a motion, then, and we say, yes, we'd like to do this, then I think the process goes to City Council, and then City Council says, yeah, go ahead and dig into this. And so if that's all we're doing, then yeah, I think we're ready for a motion.
Commissioner Ye.
Yeah, so Teresa, this is more like a practical matter. Like, granted, I mean, this is just my opinion. I don't think consultants in general are much of a value add from like a substantive point of view. But don't forget that the city council or elected officials and the staff would like to, you know, keep their jobs. So consultants, what they do is they provide the buffer of someone to blame. Okay, and so that is a functional value to staff and council. So if that's what they need to kind of have something to someone to blame, I'm fine with it, because it's just how the way the world works.
Commissioner Daly.
So we saw tonight in the presentation that our cost recovery really approaches full. We were at high 90s, almost 100% cost recovery. And there's a couple of interpretations that you could make from that. But one of them is that we are not particularly cost burdened. And what that means is we don't have quite the level of staffing that some other communities do. And as a result, in fact, I know we have some empty roles that we're struggling to fill. And it's been said that we have some turnover issues with some of the part-time staff. So as a result, you know, it can be a good idea to bring in a consultant to help augment your capabilities, particularly when you don't want to maintain a high staffing level, but you have a peak of activity that may drop off. It's not necessarily long-term activity, you know, so this planning process and the outreach, and, you know, we brought in a consultant when we did the dog park outreach, I think, or at least we used some kind of, we had some help to do some of that. And that might be an area where a consultant would be a good short-term investment for us. So I'm not totally opposed to the idea of consultants, but I think that oversight is always appropriate when we're talking about spending, you know, scarce tax dollars. And to Young's point, I do think it's sometimes good to have a consultant as a buffer as well. So it's not even our purview to rule it out, but I definitely know where you're coming from as far as not wanting to waste money. If we can substitute effort for expenditure, I'm willing to make that trade-off wherever we can. But I would let the professionals in the Parks and Rec staff, you know, guide us on where they think we need some augmentation.
I like the idea of having a consultant evaluate all of our parks and having a seamless look for our city. And not that every park needs to be the same, but I like the idea of having a cohesiveness that kind of brings all of our parks together and makes our community feel more like a community that's together. Yeah. Vice Chair Spielman.
I think the issue of a consultant can easily get decided later, but Commissioner Daley had a motion that I'd hope that he would raise again, because I think that the park plan recommendation to council has a lot of merit. And given that, you know, we're 10 years old, I think, we should let them direct us as to how that park plan should play out. So I'd hope that this would be a time where we could entertain that motion again.
Yeah, I'd like to check in with Commissioner Corrigan because he's the only one that hasn't commented, and I'd just like to make sure that, do you have a comment at this time, or can we go to the motion?
I agree with Commissioner Daley's proposal. I mean, I haven't weighed in because I think I'm not really adding much to this other than I agree with the need for the park plan, and whether or not a consultant's involved, I think comes down to how much the city wants to allocate for consulting dollars. What budget do we have to play with? We'll work within the constraints we're given to get the best data. So I certainly don't have any objection to a consultant. But I also like the notion of building, if there's a way to bring in an outside consultant who has a history with the city, so we're not reinventing the wheel, all the better. So I think that's what Commissioner Morris was referring to. So that's my perspective.
Thank you. Commissioner Ye.
Yeah, Chair Lindemeyer, this is your call, I think, on whether you want to allow a motion. You know, just because it's an action item, it doesn't mean the minutes are an action item, and we're not doing motions on like changing how we're going to do them. It's just what we do each week. So it's kind of your call.
Yeah, I'm all right with it.
Point of order. That's not true at all, Commissioner Ye. And there are motions that pertain to how the minutes are approved or changed. So if it's an action item, you can entertain them. Any of us has the right to move on something that's on the agenda as an action item.
Yeah, but it says receive update. You know, like sometimes we get like Greentown or whatever. We're not making a motion to not hear from them
It's
ever
not
again.
on the agenda as an information item.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
It's in items for consideration and action.
Yeah.
Our agenda.
And the reason there's a distinction is because of the Brown Act, right? The items that are on the agenda for consideration, which means we're a deliberative body, we consider items, move on them, etc. Consideration and action. Items that are in that section of the agenda are there for the public to see and comment on if they want to. And because we have fulfilled that obligation, we're entitled to move on this.
So I think that we're ready, Commissioner Daley.
So I simply move that we ask for City Council's permission and direction to move forward to revise and update the parks plan.
Second that.
Okay. Donna, can we have a count?
AC, you mean?
Yes, give me just one moment. I had it written down before, but there have been a couple of words added. Permission and direction. Part 2, and you said revise instead of,
Revise
I had
and update.
undertake before. What did you want it to be? Revise and?
Undertake to revise and update.
Revise and update. Okay. So the motion is to ask City Council for permission and direction for the Parks and Recreation Commission to undertake a revision and updating the, I'm sorry, to revise and update the 2012 Parks Plan. Is there any discussion, or are you ready for a roll call vote, Chair Lindemeyer?
I believe we're ready for a roll call vote.
Okay. I'll begin now. Chair Lindemeyer,
Yes.
Vice Chair Spielman,
Yes.
Commissioner Daly,
Yes.
Commissioner Ye,
I'm going to abstain, not because I don't agree that we need this. It's just I don't think this is appropriate at this time.
Commissioner Corrigan,
Yes.
and Commissioner Morris.
Yes.
The motion passes. 5 in favor.
Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to ask if you would like a 10-minute break, or if, yeah, okay. So let's take a 10-minute break. Oh,
Ray, can I
Vice
just,
Chair Spillman.
I had surgery this week, and I'd like to excuse myself from the rest of the meeting, if that would be okay. And just to thank again all the commissioners and staff for the privilege of working with you all, and I wish you the very best in the future. So thank you again.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Scott. We'll see you
Scott.
around.
Thanks, Scott.
Bye.
Take care.
Feel better. Okay. So we'll.
I will begin the 10-minute break right now.
Okay, thank you. So we'll come back at 10:05.
Is it cold in your garage, Manny?
Yes, very. I started in here for this meeting, so my family who was still awake wouldn't bother me. Now I'm out here because they're in bed, so I won't bother them.
Okay, it looks like we're still waiting for one more person. So we'll give it a minute.
Tanya, is your cat completely white?
She's like, she has gray in her.
What is her name?
Katarina. Call her Cat. She's really upset with me because I gave her a bath today. Hi. She's so soft and fluffy. You just have to squeeze her all the time. Okay.
It does look like everyone has returned, with the exception of Commissioner or Vice Chair Spielman, who stepped out for the evening.
Okay. Okay. Then let's continue. Let's see. The next item on the agenda is the park and facility maintenance updates. We'll receive an update from staff regarding park and facility maintenance activities. And I believe Manny, are you going to be presenting that? Okay.
Yeah, it's just a short update. I present this periodically, so the commission knows what's going on in our parks and our indoor facilities as well. And not a lot of action going on indoors right now. We're still obviously closed due to the pandemic, but that, as I've said, last update a few months ago, that gives us an opportunity to do some things that may have been more difficult to take care of as far as maintenance items, or we can't do because of occupying. So to start off with our buildings, we've had the opportunity in the last few months to actually convert our lights at the Block and Egan gyms, which are joint use facilities. So now they're LEDs. So we just finished that. That's a kind of a big undertaking because we got to rent a lift to get up that high. But yeah, it's a good thing. We've also replaced the furnaces. They were kind of getting outdated at the Grant complex for facilities. So hopefully those things will continue to work flawlessly through the once we start occupying as well. So those are new. At Lacey, we completed the repairs of the tiles. I think I had updated that we had repaired some of the tiles last time. We repaired all of them now on the ceiling tiles, and we were able to paint the ceiling now, so it looks all one color now, and with the new tiles. I personally haven't seen it yet. I just got reported that it was completed. We also did the baseboard in the main hallway of Lacey as well. So some more improvements to go with the flooring that we've done in there now as well. Some of you may have noticed if you've driven by to see the project at the community center, the restrooms that are adjacent to the theater, between the theater and the new community center. We painted that concession stand facility there, right there at the baseball museum area. And then also the other thing that our facility crew is continuing to do is COVID prep now, because it looks like we will be at some point soon, hopefully, occupying facilities again. It's probably starting with our employees with City Hall. That's still to be determined when, but we're getting everything prepped for as much safety as possible for both employees and the public, with distancing and stuff like that, and signs as well. So that's kind of a summary of our facilities. Moving on to our parks, some updates. There's been a lot of prep as well for increased usage. Once again, we get into the falling out of the COVID restrictions. We're expecting baseball to start up at some point. We're getting prepped and ready for soccer as well. So getting those fields, the plant materials in our parks to be deadheaded, and then checking all of our sprinklers. So that's all, that all of our irrigation lines and stuff. We had a problem at that we found at the Woodland Library, for example, and stuff but we don't see that all the time because nobody's occupying that. And they're on timers and stuff. So checking some of those issues, getting ready, aerating, fertilizing our parks, and then also just regular maintenance on playground structures and such. And the fencing at Lincoln Park was actually recently done as well, along Lincoln Park, along the highway there. And we pressure washed the gazebo as well. A couple of other things that have come up that may be of interest to you is we've had a ground squirrel problem at the orchard, museum area, and we're trying to address that in the best way we can, since we can't use pesticides or anything like that. But we've actually had to hire. We tried to trap it ourselves and we couldn't keep up with them. But they're digging a lot of holes, if you see, under some of the walkways there, and also under the history house too. So we brought in now a professional to try to work with them to try to fix the ground squirrel issue, so we're not sacrificing our structures or anything like that. And then recently too, I'm working with the Orchard Commons Committee. They're a committee that actually has interest in the orchard. I work closely with them on the maintenance. They work with Phil on suggestions on moving forward. He's our orchardist that handles the orchard there as well. And the interest right now is really protecting the trees that we have there in the orchard, the apricot trees. And we're talking about spraying was their question. So I thought that might be of interest to this commission, because they talked about applying fungicide and they wanted to ask my permission, and I had to bring them up to speed on our pest policy now, our current update on that. So we're now diving into it further, and probably in the next year, hopefully we have some kind of solution for any kind of applications that they're looking. So they're looking into organics and then some other things that we may be able to do in accordance with the new integrated pest management update that we have made in August. So with that concludes the information. If you have any questions, I can take them.
Okay, thank you very much for providing the park and facility maintenance updates. I really appreciate it that you're looking into alternative ways to take care of our plants and trees. Commissioner Daly.
Manny, are you getting good support from groups like Little League and Pony? I know Little League uses Hillview and Pony uses Rosita. Like, are they taking care of those fields? They should be doing, right now is the time to nail drag the infield, rebuild the mound at Rosita and so on. Are they on it, or what's the situation there?
It's my understanding at this point, and this is working closely with Donna's department, is that at Rosita, that Pony's not really going to be using that coming up.
Really?
So what we've seen is nothing's been done on the infield of either field. Little League, I know it's inevitable they're going to come back. I don't know when. We haven't been contacted with.
Pony is just not making use of Rosita for their 14s, and they're going to probably play over at Shoreline instead, right?
Yeah, I think that's what, because I don't handle the reservations directly. That's
So
Jamie.
would we be interested in another organization making use of that field if Pony's not going to make use of it?
That I'm not sure. I would think that, yeah, if there's
You know,
another
be it
organization
Little
that's
League
in need.
or MV Lags, the girls softball organization. I mean, that's a
Yeah, I don't,
awesome facility.
it is, but once again, it has a mound too. So
but
me,
it
with
doesn't
my
have
experience.
to, right? It doesn't have to.
But if you have a mound and an infield, you can't use it for any kind of real softball.
I know that. I know that very well.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have to have a mound. I mean, I built the mound. I can unbuild it. You know, anybody can unbuild it. It's just clay, right? It's clay and a rubber. And if you want multiple organizations to use it, you can use, like Pony has temporary mounds in the sheds that are right next to it, adjacent at Covington. So, I mean, fields can support both softball and baseball if you take that approach. I would suggest considering, if Pony isn't going to make use of Rosita, if they're not leasing that field this year, maybe we should remove the mound so that it could be utilized, you know, by either baseball or softball. And hopefully we get to resume our inter-city matchup softball game against Los Altos Hills, because, you know, I'd like to stomp on them again this year. I missed last summer.
Yeah, so to address that big change, it's and having worked with Jamie in the past on reserving, making those reservations set up, I think this might be just a temporary thing for Pony. It's just this season, but that would probably be something that Donna and Jamie can work with
Yeah,
Pony.
we should
to
look
see
into
where
it. Their numbers have been dropping the way everybody else's
Yeah.
has, and their use of Shoreline has gone up. I know because we compete with them for use of the of facilities, and I know they're using Shoreline more and more. So maybe, I mean, baseball numbers are not going to start rebounding, right? They're going to continue to go down, unfortunately. That's just sort of the way it goes. But I'm interested in understanding what the medium to long-term outlook is for the lease on Rosita, and if we need to find another organization to make use of that field.
Possibly.
Best thing to do, Pete, is to have them call William Wells. He's our facility coordinator. So I can give you his number, or you can call the main number.
I'd be happy to talk to him and see what I can learn. If you want to forward me his contact information, I'll follow up offline and report back to the commission on anything that I uncover.
I can send it to you right now.
Awesome.
I'll take care of it, Donna.
Thank you, Casey.
Okay, do we have any more commissioner questions? Okay, then let's go to public comment.
At this time, there are no hands raised, and I do not have any previous requests to speak on this item.
Okay, thank you. Then let's go to commissioner discussion. Okay. Well, Manny, thank you very much for your report. We appreciate it. It's great seeing you again.
Thank you. Good to see you all too. Have a good
Thanks,
night.
Manny.
Thanks, Manny.
Okay, let's, and so we're going to item 5, which is the fiscal year 2021-22 work plan. Review and consider updating the commission work plan to be presented to City Council at the annual special joint meeting on May 4th, 2021.
Thank you, Chair. So it's that time of year again. And so as discussed earlier, we will have 2 new commissioners at the April meeting. All 4 of the commissioners will be sworn in between now and April. We will do our reorganization and selecting a chair and vice chair. And it's hoped that we will finalize the work plan at that meeting, which also includes, you know, taking away some goals, adding some goals, and also defining any subcommittees at that time. So what I would like to do is share on the screen the work plan. And just by hearing some of the interest during the meeting, during a couple of our presentations, I've added some comments in red because you may want to consider some new goals. As you saw in the staff report, there are some factors that I really wanted the commission to think about when planning your work plan. So for one thing, the work plan, the intention of the work plan per the commission handbook is it is a working document for a year, so for 12 months. So that's one thing to keep in mind. I've just noticed since I've been here, and what I've understand from Manny is that this particular work plan has items on it that have been carried over from year to year. So ideally, we want to be able to achieve and complete things within a 12-month time period. Now, you could certainly do phase 1 in this year and phase 2 in the next year, but we have a lot of different goals, and we really focused on a few last year and accomplished a lot. And so anyway, that was one thing. And then I wanted to remind people about what the powers and duties of the Parks and Recreation Commission are. So I'm going to bear with me. The Parks and Recreation Commission shall act in an advisory capacity to the council in all matters pertaining to parks and public recreation, and shall cooperate with all other governmental agencies and civic groups in the advancement of sound parks and recreational planning and programming, shall make budget recommendations to council with regard to parks and recreation, and shall submit an annual report to the council, which is your work plan, which will be presented to the council on May 4th. So please mark your calendars because this is a special meeting and it's on a Tuesday. And I believe the meeting will be, they haven't told me yet, confirmed it, but I think the joint meeting will be at 5. The other thing I wanted to note is that on February 23rd, Council adopted the following 5-year strategic goals for 2021. So housing, land use, fiscal sustainability, community safety, asset management, environmental sustainability, community engagement, and then of course they added a transitioning through change, which is basically how are we going to roll out to normalcy after COVID and during COVID. In the past goals, we had all our goals fall into 2 of those strategic goals of council, and one is asset management and the other is community engagement. The existing, as I mentioned in the presentation on the community center, our existing mission is that we strive to enrich the community members through active participation in lifelong learning, health and wellness, community and recreation. And then our vision, right, is to build a department to ensure its essential services enhance the quality of life in Los Altos through people, parks, and programs. And then in preparing for the community center, this is really going to be a heavy focus for our staff and many other departments between now and July. And I had given some examples of some of the things that we will be working on and have been working on, not only with Mindy, but as a department. So we will at some point need to move our administrative offices from the underground to the community center. We will need to learn about the building equipment and have some technical training. Of course, the programming and scheduling. We need to update and develop new policies and procedures, update and develop fees and charges, have a short and long-term staffing plan, launch new recreation program and facility rental software, which we're about ready to launch on March 22nd. So we're very excited about that. Operational strategies and an implementation plan, public art installation and placement, a marketing plan, and then a soft opening, I suspect, and then a great big grand opening. And the mayor has indicated she has an interest in doing a time capsule ceremony. And then all this is blanketed with the complications of COVID. And I just wanted to remind everyone about the commission handbook that future agenda items must be consistent with the commission's work plan. So these are all things that are related to the work plan and factors I want everybody to consider. So I hope that was helpful. It was really helpful to me. All right, I'm going to share the screen. All right. So as you can see, let's see, I'm going to move this over a little more. Oops, wrong way. So this will be the template that I'll work with. And as you guys have changes, I can make them and then I can bring them back to the April meeting. There's actually some options for the commission. I know the senior commission actually has a work plan subcommittee that worked on their work plan in a subcommittee meeting and then came back to the commission to present it. We can do all of it tonight, but then we have two commissioners that won't be part of the process. We can do some tonight and then some in April, or we can do a special meeting between now and April where we spend some time specifically on the work plan. So those are some things to think about while I just highlight and go through the existing ones. So the last time this was updated, it was after Commissioner Corrigan. No, it was after Commissioner Corrigan was appointed, and then after Commissioner Weinberg became Councilman Weinberg. And so December 16th was right after Jonathan, Councilmember Weinberg had left, and so we removed him off of the subcommittees and we shifted the subcommittee membership around a little bit. So the first goal is community engagement. Yes, Pete, Commissioner Daly.
So as you're going through this, Donna, is it appropriate for us to say, oh, well, let's, should we handle some of this tonight while you're going through it? Obviously, subcommittees that Commissioner Spielman was on, that would open up. Some of us may want to, in anticipation of other commissioners joining. I know that there's probably one or two subcommittees, maybe more, that I wouldn't mind pulling myself off of to make spots open for people to move around and new people to have opportunities coming in. Should we do that as you're going through it? Yes. Or wait until they?
Yeah, I think you can do, I think you can do a lot tonight to just get a jump start on things. Whatever.
I'm totally cool with that if everybody else is.
Yeah, I think that's.
Yeah.
You'll have another meeting to make additional changes, additions, or subtractions.
That's great. And then the new people can have some ownership in the work plan.
Correct. All right, so community engagement. And of course, there's a whole layer, right, of COVID. So PRC representation of virtual special events. So whenever it's appropriate. Right now, the extravaganza event is probably our last modified special event until next fall. So we're not doing our concerts this summer. We're not doing, Town Green downtown. So we will be inviting you to our virtual extravaganza. There will be other opportunities to involve you virtually as well. So we will always reach out to you. So that's ongoing and includes everyone.
Hey, Donna,
Yes.
are we still doing like a booth at those farmers markets, or has that not been happening at all?
It didn't happen last summer because
Okay.
it did the summer before. So it would just be pending on the situation in the summer.
So the Village Association, sorry, Donna, this is Casey. The Village Association has announced that they're having the farmers markets. We're working on the marketing piece right now. They have not asked for advertising with the booths that they set up previously. So I'm not sure if that will be a component of the upcoming farmers markets.
Okay, I'll just put it there as a marker. The Naturescape, as Manny mentioned, we're getting close to having a schedule and a plan for when it will be installed. And so at some point we will plan a virtual ribbon cutting of some sort, or it might be a distant, a ceremony. So I am predicting that it will probably be summer. I mean, we are kind of in spring already, or on the way. So it'll probably be spring or summer. But I'm going to guess summer. Skate park feasibility. Explore possibility of skate park. Subcommittee is Corrigan and yay. Spring of 2021. Subcommittee is to meet and then agendize. One thing I wanted to talk about was Skateworks. The owner has reached out to us, and because they teach classes, they are possibly going to be teaching them at Rosita Park. And so we're starting to rebuild our relationship with him, and possibly be offering classes through Skateworks. So that might be a good segue to start that particular project if it's a priority. It's been on here for a while, and I believe the reason why we haven't gotten to it yet is because we've been focusing on Halsey House, Grant Park, Bocce Ball, and other items.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, and I know the owner, and,
Okay.
and we both know the guy who designs like the X Games parks and things like Venice. The guy who did Venice. He's a local guy out of Santa Cruz.
Right.
All that stuff is ready to go. Just whenever people want to hear it. It's one. So this has not been a priority item for 2 years or so. But if there's interest, John and I can get this going. It's already kind of like it's prepackaged and ready to go for kind of a financial and just getting a proposal for the commission to look at. It's just whether it's a priority or not.
Okay. Well, we can come back and talk priorities, once we've done our goals. So that's great to hear. Thank you. Yay, Commissioner. Performing arts in the park. This really is pending on COVID. This subcommittee is Morris and Daly, and this is to work with staff to schedule performing arts in the park. So
I'd like to pull myself off that subcommittee, if I may, to make room for, I think that might be an attractive subcommittee for some of the incoming or some of the existing commissioners.
Okay. Commissioner Morris, how do you feel about this item? Do you want to keep it on here? I think we just have to wait for COVID.
Right. I mean, I feel like it's going to be important once we're actually going back to doing things in community way.
All right. So the next step, I'm going to take Spielman off here. The next step of the off-leash hours is to monitor and evaluate the success, basically measure the success of the off-leash park over the next 6 months. We're planning on opening April 1st, and there's an evaluation component meeting out there during the hours and doing informal evaluations and just having conversations on what people think. So if there's anybody who wants to be on that committee, let me know. Otherwise, we'll wait till the new commissioners.
So I have a question about it. Is it okay to ask a question?
Sure.
Okay, so we had an email before asking about having a meeting to discuss this. So I think the conversation was about ex-Commissioner Spielman and myself actually going to the park and doing some evaluation, asking questions and so on. Are we still entertaining that?
That's the intent. That's what counts.
Okay,
Yeah,
good. That's what I'm hoping. Okay, great. I'm still good with it.
Yeah, the recommendation was to see who else would like to do it with you.
Yeah, okay, I'm fine. I just wanted to make sure we were going down that path. Thanks.
Open space, so Halsey House, we're awaiting council direction. Right now, the item is going back to council on March 23rd.
So,
yes.
so we can take Commissioner Spielman off that subcommittee.
Yes.
And if there's anybody else that wants to join me on that subcommittee.
I would like to join you on that subcommittee.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Pete, you want one of the new guys or the new people on it?
Yeah, we can have up to 3.
We can. I have no preference. I mean, rank has its privileges, so you know the folks.
But we could still add some of the new commissioners.
Right, but I'm just saying, the folks that are here now have first dibs. So.
Yeah, if you want, I can join you. Unless someone wants to do it when they come in, I'll step off.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, let's just see if somebody shows up and says, "Man, I got to get on that Halsey House thing," then we'll, you know, rejigger it or something.
Okay, sounds good. Social justice Jedi subcommittee. So we did the resolution. So this is actually complete, but there may be some other interest or other projects in that category. There's still the idea of having inclusive features at the playgrounds.
Right. And so I'd like to stay on it because we haven't even begun to do that. And my hope was with the last convention that we were going to go to and then didn't go to in March last year of learning more information. So I believe I'll be attending that virtually. And so I'm hoping to learn more about it. So I'm happy to stay on there and start working at that angle. And I'm happy to have anybody with me if, you know, Commissioner Daly wants to say, that'd be great. But whoever.
So that committee is really important. You know, I think that the work that Commissioner Morris and I did, while it may not have moved the needle very much, engaging on that issue is just, you know, it's important to me. And it's not a problem that gets solved and checked off, right? It's an ongoing thing that requires constant energy and attention. And I'm pretty confident that at least one of the new members is going to jump at that. I think Janine is going to want to get on that subcommittee. I'm open to letting new folks take my position on that subcommittee. I feel some sense of you know, it's a weird analogy, but I was going to say it's our baby, right, Teresa? I want to see it continue to have the kind of attention and care that that we contemplated when we undertook it to begin with. So I'll stay for now, but I'm more than willing to make room if somebody passionate wants to come on.
Also, I'll just let you know that in the non, I guess I'm so tired because we were up till 2 last night at City Council. Sorry, I can't even find my words. So we will be tracking what accomplishments you've made in the last year, because as you recall, that's part of the presentation to council at the joint meeting. So we will be mentioning the rest. All right, outdoor adult fitness.
Oh yeah, Donna, I know that this may not matter, but you might care. It doesn't say 1 or 2, it says I or 2.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I do care. Of course I care. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Outdoor adult fitness equipment. Corrigan, Daily. I'll take Spielman off. So not sure about the timing on this. Consider for Grant Park master plan, but it may also be considered for the citywide master plan.
I think it's gonna, I'm gonna push for that to be part of the parks plan.
You mean Grant Park or the big one?
If we get guidance from council to undertake the parks plan,
Okay.
I would like to see this as an element in that plan, so that on an ongoing basis, we might start developing some of these little pocket properties and you know, building out our acreage per resident number.
Okay.
Would you say the same thing for open space, Grove, Halsey House, and Choke Park improvements?
These are already accounted for in our park numbers. So it doesn't add, just because you add fitness equipment does not add more parkland.
Yeah, but there's land the city owns that isn't.
Oh, in the other parts, yes, correct.
Yes. And so
Gotcha.
that's what I want to try and bring in.
Okay,
right?
gotcha.
If we bring that into the parks plan, then it does count in our parks number.
Yes, it does.
So I mean, really, it's a bureaucratic change that can be reported as a success. Ultimately, you want to do something with that bureaucratic change, but it is a simple, you know, a simple bureaucratic maneuver that will get us a little bit more.
Okay, who's making the noise?
That was me. I had to plug in my thing. Sorry.
I was going to say somebody needs to mute.
Okay, so I'm gonna say something like that. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, so this Los Altos Pool collaboration. So Corrigan, Daily, Linda Meyer contacting the school district and seeing where we could go with this. I wanted to share some news with you. We've been working with the YMCA, and we're talking about doing some collaborative programming together. And they have mentioned that they are working with the school district for some of their swim programs. And so we might have an in through them, since we haven't had any on our own. So
wonderful.
When this subcommittee is ready, I'll arrange for the YMCA to hook up with you guys so that you can go and talk to the school district.
Well, that's wonderful. We haven't met as a subcommittee, but I have had meetings with a few people about this. So that's great news. I actually was hoping that you guys could forward to us the joint use agreement with CUSD for the tennis courts at Montclair, and with LASD for Block and Egan Gym.
Okay.
So we can see how those agreements are set up.
Okay, you got it. Did I cover that? Just those two agreements?
I don't know if there are any other ones, right? There's the tennis courts with Cupertino.
Oh yeah,
At Montclair School.
Yeah,
Right.
and that's an E.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right. I'll catch that later. All right. So we can make those arrangements. Okay. And then the other is explore possibilities of different amenities. You had mentioned this before, Oak School ball fields, Corrigan, Daly, and Lindemeyer.
I think that's the same. That should really be isn't it the same subcommittee, same objective?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll merge them unless you want me to keep them separate.
Seems like, what do you guys think?
I think merge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Eliminate the redundancy.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. I can do that. All right.
Now's a
Okay.
good time of year, by the way, guys, for us to get on the schools, right? Because they won't be around in the summer, and then in the fall they'll be complaining that they're too busy with school starting.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right. Okay. Attain sustainable and energy independence parks and facilities. I talked to Chair Linda Meyer about this because we're updating the climate action plan, and I keep asking about the raw data, and they're saying that it's all part of the climate action plan process. So I've updated it to say that we will work at some point with the climate action plan staff. And we have Linda Meyer and Yay. Okay. The last one is Grant Park, the Grant Park Master Plan Outreach Subcommittee. So we're waiting. Unfortunately, we only have one staff member who's working on Halsey House. I mean, well, in terms of taking the lead, Dave Breeze, you met him at the February meeting. He's also working on this Grant Park Master Plan scope work. And so he can't get to this until we're a little bit farther along with Halsey House. But in the meantime, we have selected our commissioner representatives from youth, senior, and Parks and Rec. But Parks and Rec could still change. But for right now, it's Daly and Morris that will serve on this scope of work task force. So we're kind of just waiting on Dave Breeze. And then some of the things that came up just during the conversation is program evaluation. So one of the ideas is when we implement our programs and services across the system, including the community center, coming up with some ideas on how to evaluate our classes and programs. And then another thing is we got a special request from Emiko, who is the person, she's the one working on the climate action plan. And she has asked if there were a couple commissioners who want to work with her on an Earth Day event, which is April 22nd is Earth Day. So she would want to work with you immediately, like this week or next week, to come up with some ideas for Earth Day.
I'm on it. I'd love to do it.
Okay.
Awesome. Thanks,
All
Teresa.
right. And then cost recovery, I heard there was some interest in doing that as part of our system-wide improvements.
What is this?
Cost recovery. So as part of the assessment of how our department is doing, looking at revenues versus expenditure versus attendance versus, how we measure, our success financially. I just heard interest about cost recoveries. I think it was Commissioner Daly all over that.
I'm definitely interested. So Commissioner Ye, what I would imagine we would do is we would start with that chart that we saw tonight that compared us to other cities, and then sort of drill down and understand, what's included and what's not included in their numbers to understand it, whether or not we can get to a point where we make an apples to apples comparison, and then ultimately make some assessment as to whether or not our cost recovery figure is appropriate for the goals that we have, And if it's not appropriate, see if there are recommendations that come out of that we would forward to council. So it's kind of an academic process, I think, to study study these ratios and see if maybe there's no recommendations. Maybe we look at it and say, okay, well, we're doing everything fine.
Right. I think one thing would help is, as part of the comparables, is to find out what other cities' cost recovery targets are. In my last city, we had a different cost recovery rate depending on the program area, right?
Yeah.
So adults were higher and seniors and teens were lower. So,
So I think that's at least how I would envision the objective of a subcommittee and work plan task around that topic.
right. And it may not be a priority, but I heard that during the conversation. So
Well, and we also heard from Council Member Liang last week that at least she's interested in that, and I think that's, it's
it should be.
Yeah.
It helps staff. It helps us to know what our targets are.
And Liaison Meadows may tell us, you know what, guys, that council doesn't think that's important for you to look into it, or we'll handle that. You guys stay out of it. But I think it's fair to tee it up, and then if appropriate, we go forward.
Okay. And then we talked about the park plan update. So I'm not sure if we need a subcommittee or even need it on here, but we will track it when it goes to council.
Yeah, I suspect that's going to be an all hands on deck kind of effort, and the de facto lead will be, at the outset, Chair Lindermeyer, and who knows how long it takes to get done.
Okay. All right. Any other comments, questions?
I guess the question I have is, are we going to pare the list back, or I guess we'll come up with timing of all this at the next meeting about this is kind of a wish list, or is it,
That's a good question. Is this realistic to accomplish within a year?
If something's not at all realistic, we should very seriously consider removing it. I mean, it is kind of our, one of our measures of performance is how do we stack up to our plan at the end of the year.
Right.
Yeah, I like the idea of the sustainable and energy independence in parks and facilities. But if Los Altos is doing creating a climate action plan for the whole city, which probably I expect will include our parks, I'm wondering if it makes sense to remove it from our plan.
That's a good question, Madam Chair. I mean, you also have the benefit of being a free rider, so to speak, on an existing effort, so it might be something that we could say got done. That's just the other side of the coin, because Manny reported to us tonight that he upgraded the lights in 2 of the gyms to LEDs, and that's exactly the kind of activity that I would imagine would come under this.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, John, just for some context, when you're looking at this work plan, it's pretty much what we had last year and the year before, and I'm guessing the year before that about similar. Okay, so it's just kind of a aspirational thing.
Oh, good. Thanks. That's, yeah. So we bite off as much as you can chew in the year.
Yeah, and again, there's, the institutional knowledge isn't exactly constant. As you noticed tonight, we changed commissioners. So having this kind of gives some kind of continuity for anyone coming on. You see what people have been trying to do. And if you pull it off, the odds of it coming back on are going to be slim. Unless someone knows that's a pressing problem, in which case it would never have been removed.
So Commissioner Yates, if you're on that subcommittee, how do you feel about it? Do you feel like we should keep it on there or remove it? Or should we keep it on until the new members join because one of them may feel like it's important?
This is I'll defer to you because this one was your baby from my recollection.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly important. However, I think that it's redundant to what the city is trying to accomplish.
Yeah, I'm guessing their finance people might say the cost recovery analysis might be redundant too, but it's not bad to have secondary groups looking at stuff.
Yeah.
Morris?
May I make a comment about that? The sustainability part. I'm wondering if it would be worth, instead of trying to guess whether or not they're going to cover this in that climate action plan, is to just ask.
They are going to.
Oh, sorry, I must have missed that. Then, yeah, the subcommittee could maybe come up with a few main points. That wouldn't take very long, and submit it for the climate action plan.
Well, I think
That's just an idea.
Yeah, I think at some point they are going to go to the commissions and give a presentation and get input.
What we were looking for was energy data.
Yeah, they're going to do it citywide, so they're just not going to narrow it down to parks and facilities.
I have an idea.
Yes.
Perhaps instead of having a subcommittee and an action item on the work plan, we instead have a liaison to interface.
Huh?
That's a good idea.
Yeah, they meet every other Friday, so I go to those meetings. So let me, if you guys are open to it, I can put in that request.
Okay.
And there was a comment that Janine just made, and I was thinking, I had meant to mention this, but I stayed on that meeting last night as well, so I'm a little bit punked out. But the comment, I didn't stay till 2:30 though, that was crazy. But anyway, sorry. The comment that I heard Donna say at the beginning of this whole section, agenda item, was that these are not supposed to be aspirational. We are actually supposed to be trying to get them done within a year and not roll them over into the next year. And of course, my guilt gland kicked in and I was like, yeah, I didn't do mine. So it would be nice, I think, if we did try to get these off of the list, or at least have a little more progress on them within, the year's time. So Donna, is that accurate, that we're really are supposed to be trying to get them off of this project list each year?
Yeah, per the commission handbook, it says for the year, for the term year. Okay. That's what work plans for.
Okay.
And so if we put that into perspective, that's about 11 meetings, right? And so 11 meetings and then placing items on the agenda. So is this, how many items do we have on this work plan?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay.
How many of them did we have agendized during the course of the year? I see 2 or 3 that I know we didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's set, well, yeah. Really,
but it was an odd year. I mean, there were ones where we said, hey, we'd love to do this, but this is not the year to make progress on this, right?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know that I can answer that right away, Commissioner Daly. I think Donna and I would have to evaluate it, and we could disperse it to the commission.
It's more of a rhetorical question.
Okay.
To reinforce the notion that, hey, whatever we put on here, let's get it on it. Let's get on them, right, and get them on an agenda and so forth. That's all.
Yeah.
Some of them I didn't agendize because of COVID.
Yeah.
But many of them were agendized.
Yes.
So I'm looking at this list, and I think this should be, I think it's feasible for us
We're,
to get through this list in a year.
as commissions go, we got more done than most commissions.
Yeah.
I'll just throw this out there for a tidbit of information. The last commission meeting that the History Commission had, where they undertook any business, was our joint meeting with them in August. They had an organizational meeting in January where they simply filed a form and filled it in. They haven't taken up an agenda item since August.
It's not a competition.
Yeah,
I was just gonna say, don't
put them
throw
on
these other
blast.
commissions under the bus. They're gonna come get us.
Well,
Or we'll
okay,
fail.
You're right, and who knows what was, what's going on and how much sort of subcommittee work and stuff that they're doing. I only offer it because I want you guys to know that there's people who think you're doing a good job.
We did good. We got a lot done last year.
Yeah.
So I think we can do this, you guys. I think we can get somewhere on it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it seems like the past couple of years, whenever we have these like pitchfork type topics, that's what kind of bogs us down. But this doesn't seem like there's much on this that's going to get the, 40 people on
You're
public
funny.
comment.
Halsey House.
Other than that one.
I think the pool collaboration maybe might.
Well, there's people that will be upset about that for sure. But there's also people who would just be thrilled that we're doing it.
Right. So the thing with the Grant Park, that's a little bit on hold.
That's a pitchfork one too, probably. Grant Park's a pitchfork one.
It could be. It could be.
I think it's fine. I think it's
Probably not. I think people will be excited that we start
like,
looking at
who's
it.
going to say, hey, let's keep Candlestick Park the way it is? It's just, there's not going to be that many people.
Okay, let's not go too far down those.
So the only other thing that I noticed, so one thing I did is I reached out through Casey to the candidates of from the Parks and Recreation Commission and invited them to meet with me to talk about the accomplishments that you guys have done and what you want to do in the future and the work plan. And so one thing that was noted is as you go through the goals, there's engagement, there's increased use of parks, there's aim for high quality parks and facilities. There's nothing in recreation. So I just want to say there's a little off balance. It doesn't necessarily mean anything other than was what was valuable to the commission at the time.
I think if we're able to get some joint use agreements, that ties directly to programming. That's the whole logic behind engaging with the schools, right? So if you take, for example, the joint use programs that we have right now are for gyms that we program for, right? We use the school gym, but we do the programming, or you guys do the programming, right? And so if we were able to get, for example, some of the baseball fields, then we can. The schools are doing a terrible job interfacing with baseball and softball leagues right now.
Okay.
We can program those fields and work with Pony and Little League and MVLAGs and MVLA in a as a sort of single point of contact for multiple fields, drive efficiencies, unburden the school district, allow them to redeploy resources to higher priorities that are more related to their goals and so forth. So there's a really good, compelling argument to make there tied directly to recreation.
How would you feel if we just retitle these? So increase participation. It could be in parks or recreation, or aim for high quality parks, facilities, and programs.
Yeah, so you're talking about the big rectangle on the far left-hand side?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Donna,
line them up with the overall goals. Sure, I like that.
may I, Commissioner Lindermeyer? Chair Lindermeyer. Donna, would you like us to have a subcommittee that looks at programming ideas or, goes into the recreation part of it? I always feel like you and your staff do such a good job with it, but when we were receiving the presentation earlier, I made some side notes of things that I thought would be fun for recreation that might be, good to add to the list of possibilities of things to do. Or would it be something that we could agendize and we could brainstorm as a commission some different ideas? Sure. And really just have a whole great meeting where we just go over, how about this, how about that, how about this, and we just throw out a whole bunch of ideas of things that might be great to add that would maybe even draw in some people that we aren't grabbing normally.
So what I would suggest is we come to the commission and present to you all that we've thought of so far, because I have a feeling we're going to think of the same things, and then you just add on to what we've come up with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. I think let's put it on the agenda then, if you guys are willing and able and it's agreed on by the chair and all of that.
Yeah, I think in about a month we'll be ready to.
Yeah, it's good timing for that.
Yeah.
As
Okay.
we come back out of COVID and we have more opportunities to actually conduct programs.
Okay. I like it. All right. Anything else related to comments on work plan? I'll clean it up for the April meeting. I feel like this is a good jump start. Almost done.
Donna, do we need to open this up to public comment?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna stop share.
And of course, before we do, don't you think, we have new commissioners coming on. They're going to give input, I'm sure, on what they would like to see on there too. So it'll be interesting to see where it goes and how it grows, and if we have to edit because of that too.
Well, it's going to be on, it's going to be on next month's agenda.
Right.
And tonight it's under commissioners' reports and comments. It would be an action item next month.
Right.
So
right.
I don't think, you certainly can bring in public comment tonight if there is any, but I don't think that we're obligated since it's just a
So Commissioner Daly, it's actually item number 5 under items for consideration or action.
I see work plan there. I saw work plan also under item A under commissioners reports.
But with that being said, I have no previous requests for comments, and there are only 3 attendees still watching our meeting, and none of them have raised their hands at this point. So I don't believe we have any public comment on this item.
Okay.
So
And
we'll have an opportunity next month for the public to comment too. So
yes,
yeah,
there will be.
And then should we open this up to commissioner discussion, or do you feel that we've already done that and you're ready to move on?
I'm good if you guys are good.
I think we did it.
Okay. I'll bring the revised work plan to next month's meeting.
Donna, thank you so much for walking us through that for your report. Okay, and so now we're going to informational items.
Okay. All right, so the first thing I wanted to say is the training conference. We do have 2 commissioners that are going, Commissioner Morris and Commissioner Ye. I'm very excited. I'm not excited that it's virtual, but it is better than nothing. So I just want to say again, if there's anybody interested in attending, the deadline is March 12th, this Friday. I'll be reaching out to the other two commissioners to see if it's something they may be interested in. It's pretty much 8:30 to 1:15, 2 o'clock, Monday through Thursday, the week of March 22nd to 26th. So if you are interested in going to this virtual conference, please let me know and we will register you. I think it's a great place to learn about what's going on in the field and what kind of vendors are there, and in some quirky way, some networking opportunities. So let's see, they're looking for youth commissioners. So if you know anybody who's in junior high or high school, the deadline is April 14th. We also, for the off-leash pilot program, I've already given you an update on that, but yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Would you just really quickly say a little bit about the Youth Commission? Because I don't really know what they do, but you know, I'm involved in tons of youth sports and other activities, so I have access to lots of young people.
Oh, that's good. There is a link on here that will take you directly to, let me see if I can get it real quick, because there's a description. There's actually 11 commissioners, and they usually don't meet during the summer, but they can. For the sake of the fact that we don't have the staffing right now, we're going to propose that they not meet during the summer, but their terms expire in June. So the Youth Commission advises the City Council on matters relating to teen and youth issues, including recreation interests, personal concerns, and the need for outreach services. Its purpose is to work as a team with the recreation coordinator and staff to address issues relating to teens in the community, create a forum for public discussion of teen issues, assist in the planning, promoting, and implementing of programs and services, which we have a whole room dedicated to teens in the new community center. So we really want to focus on that. And then plan and participate in community service activities which benefit the community of Los Altos. They often do community service projects. They just received a grant at council to work on some environmental projects. So they're very active right now.
How slanted is it male, female?
Do you know?
It's pretty evenly split right now. They have a very full commission. So it's a larger commission than most of the other city commissions. And it's pretty evenly split between male and female. And they're very, very active.
Yeah.
That's been my experience for the past fiscal year.
Neat. So junior high and high school, and positions expire in June. So does that mean that somebody who is entering junior high this coming fall, like a 7th grader at Block or Egan, would be the lower age range? Yeah. And then the upper is somebody who's going to be a senior?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I think they only have 2-year terms as opposed to 4.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Or 1 year. I mean, a year in the life.
I think it says 2 years because I remember reading it. A little neighbor wanted to apply. Who's the liaison to that right now? The staff and then also council?
William Wells is our current liaison. And and Jonathan Weinberg is the liaison.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'll put the word out with
Great.
Yeah.
With the youth, you know. That's good.
Yeah, it's only a few hundred.
That's good. Good pool. So other than the off-leash pilot program getting off, we are doing our extravaganza. So that's a virtual decorate an egg of any medium exhibit. So that's one of our modified events. And then the rest of the information is the same that we always provide related to our virtual programs and services. Our video project on the government channel is very good. We have videos. A lot of the teachers are doing their educational videos for free, so they're volunteering to entertain our seniors. So it's great. So that's all I have to report.
All right. Thank you so much. Lots of good things going on. So next is commissioners' reports and comments. Do we have any? Okay. Oh, Commissioner Morris.
I just, what I said last time, I think, is that I'm waiting. The task force for the complete streets is coming up. I believe it's next week. And so I should at the next meeting have something to say. But don't miss the opportunity to fill out the survey online. And also there's an interactive portion of the website. It's, oh gosh, I think I should know this. It's Los Altos CompleteStreets.com in order to be able to access the survey and this interactive sort of map thing and what you do. And I haven't been able to do it myself very well, but you go in and you show your routes and, you know, mark it up so that they know where they need to be focusing and that sort of thing. So I would recommend that you go in and check that out. And spread the
Teresa,
word.
did you want to also report on the action that council took last night that came out of that commission?
I'm not even remembering.
Bike track?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I don't know what the final outcome was with that because I signed off.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it was like 12:15. I said, I'm done. I don't care if I'm reassigned or not. I'm going to bed. It was I didn't even know until like 11 that it was
in
on
favor of the
commission.
bike track. So
yeah,
they're putting
They
in a
did.
bike track on a two-way track on Almond.
What's a bike track?
It's basically a
Bike lane.
way
bike
double
lane.
bike lane,
Yeah.
so that in the mornings when the kids are eastbound, they can actually ride, you know, kind of in a phalanx down that bike lane in a big group, a pod, so to speak, which is how they do it anyway. But now they'll be safer, supposedly, because they have, you know, some street striping and things to for that. So it's quite an undertaking. That commission worked on that for 2 years.
Oh, okay. Well, Stripe's not going to stop my mom.
And it's two ways. So that it's going to be unusual. There may be a high learning curve.
It is two ways, but the assumption is in the mornings, it's
Right.
predominantly eastbound from San Antonio to the high school,
Okay.
and perhaps westbound from, what is it, Springer to Almond Elementary, and then during the day, sort of both ways, and then that reverse flow the other way. So
Yeah.
That's anyway what I can
Just keep your mom off of the road while it's peak commute time, if that's the case.
Yeah.
So I do have a Halsey House subcommittee report. We had a presentation today from Jeff Lebowski, architect, who has developed some adaptive reuse concepts, including some very nice drawings of what adaptive reuse would look like. Adaptive reuse, by this concept or under, you know, with these drawings and so forth, it looks like basically, you know, preserving the main room of Halsey House and then having a covered shade area that takes the place of one of the existing wings that serves as an elevated stage as well as a seating area for kids, and then, you know, turning what is now the Ohlone room potentially into freestanding restrooms and some other, you know, neat concepts that look like some interesting ways to save money. All of them, by the way, all of the concepts that were presented, by the way, would in my opinion, require delisting Halsey House or removing it from the inventory of historic assets in order to be able to do those things to that building. So there's going to be, it's a really compelling, set of possibilities, and I think there was a lot of interest from the Friends of Redwood Grove, varying degrees of interest. There are some people who support adaptive reuse, but define it as essentially preserving the entire structure and maybe moving some internal walls. But this is going to probably come back to us. I don't know what council is going to do with it, because staff is taking it back to council and saying, the commissions need more information. I think you guys all saw that memo from City Manager Kilger, where he said, I'm not taking this to the Financial Commission and I'm not taking this to the History Commission. And instead, they're going to go back to council and ask once again, probably, for the financial support to do some more studying. So maybe it comes back to us. And if it does come back to us, I would ask that we get Mr. Lebowski on the agenda to present his adaptive reuse ideas to our commission.
Okay.
We have to wait and see whether council wants us to take it up again, though. I think we need to. Donna, you were there for by the way, the meeting ended 30 seconds after you left.
Okay.
You didn't miss anything other than pleasantries.
Okay. Well, yes. So we'll see what happens on March 23rd. As usual, I will send the commission the link and the staff report when it's posted on Tuesday.
Excellent.
Okay.
Do we have any more commissioner reports, comments? Okay. Potential future agenda items. Introduction and Parks and Recreation Commission reorganization, April 14th, 2021, and joint meeting with City Council, May 4th, 2021.
And the work plan, we'll also add the work plan on the 14th.
What are the odds that we can be first on the list on that joint meeting night?
I can make a plug for it.
Would you?
Sure.
I have class that night, and I will miss class for this joint meeting, although I really don't want to.
I don't want you to either, so I will put in a plug for you.
Thank you.
Or for the whole commission.
Thank you. As long as it's okay with everybody else. I don't want to assert myself if somebody else says, oh, but I've got other obligations early and I prefer it later. So.
Yeah. Okay. And I think one of the things to keep in mind, we can talk about next month, is how you want to present the information. If you want whoever the chair is to do it, or you tag team it. So something to think about. And it's just usually a half an hour joint meeting with council. Okay.
And then when will we vote for, because this is my last day as chair. It's been so amazing serving as chair, and I really appreciate having had that opportunity.
You will lead the beginning of the meeting till you hand the invisible gavel to the new chair.
Okay.
I can't believe it's
With
been
our
a year
next
already.
meeting.
I know.
What?
I can't believe it's been a year already. It's been a quick year.
Well,
Yeah.
and if you think about the fact that Chair Lindemeyer's entire year was virtual.
Oh, wow.
I
All
actually
of this, the handing of the gavel to her was virtual, and her entire chair of this commission was through virtual meetings.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right. Because I think our last meeting was in February and I was still the chair.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I
Wow.
love it. I've been able to wear my pajama bottoms. I'm kidding.
Well, and we
It
have
doesn't matter if you're not kidding.
we have cats on the videos and kids on the videos.
Yeah, your cat's so cute, Teresa.
He
Okay.
comes around and he says, "It's bedtime." That's what he's telling me. And he's just purring away and he comes in. It's like, "It's time to go to bed now." You know, cats, they're like little clocks. They tell you what time it is, but they're very scheduled.
Okay.
We should run our meetings by cat. When the cat comes in, it's time to adjourn. So
Yeah.
on that note, I'll adjourn the meeting. Meeting adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Tanya. It
Goodbye,
was a good year.
everybody. Take care.
Thanks, Casey.
Yeah, thank you all.
Night.
Bye.